Thank you, honourable members. I'd like to remind delegates that the rules, and in particular sub-rules 21, 22 and 23 of Rule 103 apply to the virtual sitting. Honourable delegates, in accordance with Council Rule 229 subsection 1, there will be no notice of motion or motions without notice today. Honourable delegates, before we proceed to questions, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the Peace and Security Cluster 1C, specifically Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, Honourable Mocheka, and the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honourable Lamola, as well as the permanent delegates, all MECs, all special delegates, and the SALCA representatives to the House. You are most welcome. I'd like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council Rules, the time for reply by ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Thereafter, only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. The time for a reply to the supplementary questions by the ministers is 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question or the response thereto. Honourable delegates, I now call on the Honourable Minister of Defence and Military Veterans to respond to question number 160. It was asked by the Honourable P.A. Pala, and it relates to the long-term force evolution strategy. Mr. Mocheka, if you can please reply to question 160.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also acknowledge honourable members who are here, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, the answer is that as the Minister, I will appraise Parliament in a formal and structured fashion because Cabinet has already approved the document. And the modalities have to be agreed by the legislative arm, which means yourselves and the NA, as to how we do it, when, for how long, and have the date from yourselves. And we do expect that perhaps engagements will last, because it's a very long document, will last half the day. So presentations are customized to fit the set period, whilst an appetite for more information will even be provided. We are willing to share information on the update of the Defence Review Strategy 2015 through the Future Defence Capstone concept, the military concept, but also what we now are terming the journey to greatness, and consolidate these reports. And after we have engaged with Parliament, having received their inputs, then we'll be able to put it into a proper a document or proper book which can be used by colleagues or by members. So we are quite ready to present, Chair, as soon as there's an agreement on the date, time, and venue with the legislative arm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable delegates will now proceed to the supplementary questions. So just a reminder to delegates that there is a countdown timer visible on your screens to help you manage your time. And the first opportunity, as indicated, will go to the Honourable Pala. Honourable Pala.
Thank you, Chair of the session, and good afternoon to Honourable Ministers, and good afternoon to fellow members of the NCOP, and also good afternoon to all the support staff from both the Parliament and both departments. Minister, thank you for answering my question. Minister, how is the long-term evolution strategy and planning concept going to invigorate the organizational renewal and modernization capabilities of the SANDF and its entities in short, medium, and long term? And what are the strategies of the department in forging minimum national consensus around this evolution and planning concept? Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Pala. Your reply to that, please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the follow-up question from Honourable Pala. I must say, Honourable, for me, it's one of the most exciting processes that the department is going through. And we're very heartened when Cabinet approved it. And I think, as you will see when we present it, it really brings life, energy. It's a beautiful document, Chair, in terms of principles, in terms of well-researched, in terms of really what a modern defense force should look like. It has been highly consulted with our local industries, but with experts in the defense force. It's well structured over a period of time so that we have the first phase, which is your first phase of 5 years up to 2030. And I'm quite confident that the department and government will be able to implement, because it's really well structured in terms of theory and practice, and also the capabilities are well structured, they're well prioritized, which even allows us to train people as we implement or as we roll out the strategy. It's aligned in terms of capabilities, in terms of HR, but also in terms of institutional arrangements with some of the entities like your Denel, and because we're also doing lots of work with some of the entities supporting us. Same also with the defense industry, because we also rely on the defense industry to be able to support the process and understand what and when things are going to happen. So I think, Chair, when we get the opportunity, you will agree with me that for me, it's one of the most brilliant exercises that the department has been involved in, and it's been a long process. And I was very happy that finally the Cabinet has approved it and it's going to come to Parliament and then be implemented and be budgeted for.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Let's now go to the Honourable Du Plessis for the next supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, since the 2015 Defence Review, Defence has blamed Treasury for underfunding, while billions were lost to irregular expenditure, alleged corruption, and failed projects like pothole filling and Cuban COVID drugs. More recently, under your watch, you and your deputies spent 14 million on travel in 7 months, bought luxury vehicles, and spent hundreds of millions of rands on fixing a Durban holiday home for generals, whilst our troops at Eiserplaat don't even receive their medication. Yet, Journey to Success now asks taxpayers to fund a dramatically more expensive defence force. How is there any guarantee, based on Defence's historic and current spending, that this budgetary request is not simply another attempt to eat the people's money without consequence?
Thank you, Honourable Du Plessis. If you can reply to that, please, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I can assure a member that there is no intention to eat any money. And I think that the member is also linking other things about pothole filling. That thing is in DMV. It's not in the main department. But I think it's the principle that she's raising and making examples of flights that have traveled for 14 million. I don't know the figures. There are 3 deputy ministers. Parliament is calling us frequently to Cape Town, and we fly. We don't walk to Parliament. But we also, and what I found in the Defence Force, there's lots of international work that is also happening in the department. But I don't want to be defensive and say, yes, there are no challenges in terms of slippages or in terms of ready money not being properly diverted. But the fact that remains, it's not to blame Treasury. And everybody has considered that the Defense Department in itself has been defunded over a period of time. And there was a time when directly the budget which was meant for defense was diverted to social services like education, social development, and also higher education. So the fact that the Defense Department doesn't have enough money is not us blaming anybody and therefore planning to eat more money. The money, as you'll see when the capstone comes, it even demonstrates how the money is going to be spent. And I can promise the member that there is no plan to eat money. I just think it would be wrong if then we say we're going to bring a capstone to go and eat the taxpayers' money. There's no intention to do that, but the intention is to capacitate the department, to resource it, and make sure that it really is a defense force fit for purpose, but fit also to do the work that it's supposed to be doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Machobeni, who has the next opportunity for a supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can I switch off my video? Because I'm in a place where the network cut at me.
Yes, we can see that there's interference. Please continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Greetings to you and greetings to the Honorable Minister and Honorable Members. Honorable Minister, please bear with me if your response covers me because I'm in a place where the network cuts off. Sometimes I hear you, sometimes you are cut. Minister, the SANDF is in a complete state of collapse right now. Aircrafts are permanently grounded. Borders are left undefended. And there's exists broken equipment because of years of budget cuts. But let's get straight to the point on the money, given that the National Treasury has already warned of severe fiscal constraints. Has the Minister of Finance actually committed in writing to a solid multi-year funding plan to raise our defense budget to 1.5% of GDP or not? If no, such written fiscal guarantee exists, why is this ministry wasting time pending another 30 years paper exercise while our military falls apart? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Machobeni. If you can please reply to that, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you again for the question. Chair, it will be perhaps an exaggeration to say it's in the brink of collapse. What we admit and that we have been repeatedly saying that there are indeed challenges because of underfunding. That we have admitted, that we have reported at all levels, even to Cabinet. In terms of commitment of 1.5%, that's what the capstone is asking for. And by approving the capstone, it's what the government is committing itself to. So the 1.5, even if they were to give it us tomorrow, there is no way you can spend 100 after years of defunding. Then tomorrow you're able to spend almost 50 billion at a go. It's not possible. So what is realistic is to phase in the implementation towards the 1.5% so that you don't have a boom effect and then cause lots of problems in terms of even administering and managing those resources. The way the document is structured, it really is a step up towards the 1.5%, which is phased over periods of time, which has prioritized steps that have to be followed to make sure that one step builds on top of the other. So whether the Treasury has put it in writing, Treasury has to come through to you yourselves again that we are making this proposal. The appropriation committees and all the committees of Parliament have then to give permission to Treasury to allocate those monies. So commitment is there, but there can't be anything writing without a parliamentary approval. And that's why even the introduction of the capstone document is going to come to yourselves. We're going to engage. It's going to go to all the different committees of Parliament and get approved, and therefore then gets budgeted for. So what we are currently doing now is to lay the ground to prepare, because we assume that as members of Parliament, you are going to approve. And as you correctly say, there are challenges that needs to be addressed immediately. So I'm really counting on you supporting Treasury to give us the money or to find
Thank
us.
you, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Van den Berg for the next supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, why has the full document with detailed costing and risk assessments still not been tabled in Parliament more than 3 months later, while elements appear to have been shared with the defence industry? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Van den Berg. Minister, please reply to that.
No, the sooner it's done myself, I'll be happy. We are not in control of parliamentary processes. You will know bills sometimes take forever before they can go through Parliament, I think because of parliamentary processes. We're ready anytime. As I said in the first question, that the document is ready. Cabinet has approved. What is now waiting is to get the legislative, which means the parliamentary process, to kick in. And that is not dependent on us. That is dependent on Parliament itself and NCOP itself to now get the ball running and the process running. We are engaging defense industry because to roll out that document, we are going to rely on them to be able to support us. So they need to have a sense, not the details, the sense of where we are going, so they themselves can position themselves. Because it will be unfortunate that Parliament, you approve that we get given so much money, then there's the products that we need are not necessarily available. Currently, we're shopping, we're looking around, we're doing research on what we're going to procure from where, and testing the things that we want. So it gives us also a good period of time to plan for the implementation. Because if we're going to get money now, having not done fully research as to where we're going to get the equipment and the facilities from, and the defense industry not aware what is going to be our priorities. Is our priority the Air Force? Is our priority in the Air Force? What are we going to prioritize? Because we can't buy everything at the same time. Is our priority to repair in the Navy? They have to know what is the priority so they can position themselves as the key partner who are going to enable us to implement the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, that now takes us to the next question, which is question number 165. Question 165 was asked by the Honourable Gotzel, and it relates to Operation Prosper. If you can please provide us with your response to question 165.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the question. Just as a start, Chair, I already will request through you to also submit the reply, because it's really a big and a long spreadsheet, and my 5 minutes will not cover all the things that are required by the question. I'll run through what I can possibly run through, but as I say, I would wish, if you allow, Chair, that we submit the report, because the question is asking for details, and the details are here, but it's details that, as I say, will need time. So what I'll do, Chair, quickly, and it doesn't mean that I'll be able to cover all of them. I'll run through what I can run through, but I want to promise you that I have the whole spreadsheet before me and I can make it available. First, Chair, I'll run through what are the things that we have confiscated with the people that we have arrested nationally in terms of all the provinces as required. As I say, it's just a long list. You'll see when I start reading. For instance, Chair, in terms of the rifles that we would have confiscated, we got 2 in the Western Cape, we got 1 in Gauteng, and then later on pistols, we got 12 in the Western Cape, 2 in Gauteng. In terms of homemade weapons, we got 3 in the Western Cape and nowhere else. On terms of rifle barrels, we got 1 in the Western Cape. In terms of knives, pangas, we got 9 in the Western Cape and not anywhere else. And that's why I would say, Chair, what maybe I could just read without saying what the different statistics, and if Member Gossel agrees, just to say we've confiscated weapons, we managed to get ammunition, narcotics in big numbers we have been able to get. I'll give you an example that, for instance, we got 11 grams of dacha, about teak, about 100 grams. And so we did get lots of narcotics during our raids and during our work. For instance, on cocaine, we got 52. So I'm not even listing all the types of drugs that we got province by province, but they can be supplied because they're in the spreadsheet. We managed to get also stolen vehicles. We didn't get livestock. There were also undocumented persons that were apprehended against a whole list, province by province, number by number. For instance, we got 9 Zimbabweans in Western Cape, we got 44 in Gauteng, we got 4 in Eastern Cape, in the Free State. In terms of also, we got 10 Tanzanians in the Western Cape. We didn't get them in other places. We also got number of criminals that were arrested. 133 were arrested, 47, 133 in the Western Cape and 47 in Gauteng. On contraband, we also got lots of alcohol, which was worth even 205,000. We managed to get food which was stolen, comprehensions, and wheelbarrows that were used also in terms of illegal mining. Chair, there is a whole list of things that we got here, so I can just read the items that we got without saying where in which province, because there are 5 provinces that I have to go through. But we also managed to get your oxygen cylinders, which they use in your mining when they do illegal mining, the space that they're using, we've confiscated them. But the main issue, Chair, besides these items that we've been able to confiscate, the main issue for us as defense is that we're not going to be there forever. What is more important for us is to help the police to identify the source, the process, because these are just the outcomes of organized crime. So how are they organized? How are they operative? So that you can break the back of the source of the problems of illegal mining. Who are the managers? Because the people who arrest in mines are just people who just went, who are going to work there. But who are the kingpins behind the mines? That's the main work we do with our defense intelligence and police intelligence. These will be things that we arrest as we proceed, but are not the core mandate of what we have to do of dealing with organized crimes. Therefore, we have to get how they are organized, how they are processed, how they are directed, and working with community. Because the question also wants to know if we do work with communities. Yes, we work with communities, Chair, because they know better the space, especially on gangsters and other things. But even communities around the minings, they will tell us this is where they hide, this is where they stay. So it's very important for us as communities, as the departments, both ourselves and police, to work with communities to be able to deal with the circumstances. The question again, Chair, wants to know the monies that have been spent there. Again, with the time that I have, I won't be able to go line by line, but just to describe broadly, to say in terms of allowances, we had budgeted 344 million. Those will be your danger allowances, your standby allowances, your deprivation allowance. We will also have budgeted for rations. We've budgeted at the rate of 370 for 370 per person for 365 days, with budgeted 297 million for fuel, 45 million for maintenance and repairs, and also small things that we also found that we had to buy, like extension cords and other things. We had to budget for about 25 million. For consumables like cleaning, toilet papers, it was 42 million. Then for equipment and facilities like your caravans, your
Thank you, Minister.
audits,
I'm afraid I
you
must
see.
call
So
you to order. You've way
yeah, so
exceeded
Chair,
your time already.
yeah, I wish to really submit to the member, if you allow me, Chair, after this, the whole list, because the breakdown they've asked for is here, but as I said, I wouldn't be able to do it in 5 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Minister. We look forward to receiving that from you. And I'm sure Honourable Godsell now has a follow-up question, which will then give you some more time to respond. Honourable Godsell.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister, and thank you very much for your detailed response. Please also allow me to applaud our soldiers for these successes. I think it's quite commendable given the poor conditions that they have to operate under, as members of the JSCD saw for themselves last week, and as I myself have seen here at Fort Ikapa in Cape Town. Now, Minister, on the second part of the question, Treasury has only released the 823 million rand for Operation Prosper on 6 August, which is more than 5 months into this deployment. Does the spreadsheet that you have in front of you show us from which already cash-strapped defense budget lines the funding for this operation have come up until now? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Godsell. Please reply to that, Minister.
Yes, Chair, let me agree with Member Godsell that when we were deployed, we agreed with Treasury that we will use our ongoing budget, which is meant for this year, to be able to fund the Operation Prosper whilst awaiting, because there was no money ready in Treasury. Treasury, and also no legal framework that will allow us. Treasury had to get the president to write to the speaker and also to the chairperson of the NCOP in terms of the deployment, and only then could Treasury release the money. So Treasury has since released the money. So what I can do, Member Godsell, I just know that we took from our everyday expenditure, and that's why we begin to feel under pressure, because we're taking money meant from different areas, money meant, for instance, to run the department, your traveling and your allowances that have been budgeted over the year, and we're now being reprioritized on an ongoing basis. But I can also come in, if you allow me, Chair, that we will say in February we took so much from this place, March we took so much from this place, because indeed we had to use monies which were in the department. But if you remember, also Member Cotswell, we also had a refund that we were getting from UN for the monies that we had spent in the past, and it came as a lump, but it's monies which were supposed to replace, to close gaps in the department. So at least that money was safer to take or to borrow from before we get money from Treasury. But I can also give you, as the CFO, to say, in January, where did we get the money and how much did we get? In March, throughout the period of deployment. I didn't bring that specific information because I didn't expect a question that will be that specific. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Nue for the next supplementary question.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Minister. Today is your lucky day because you had a pat on the shoulder from Honorable Godsell. That is commendable. Honorable Minister, I just want two sub-questions. What are the other integrated strategic interventions in the short, medium, and long term by the security cluster to deal with organized crime and gang violence, as the SANDF cannot be permanently deployed to assist the police? And what concrete plans are there to mobilize effective community participation and partnership against gang violence? Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Nue. Your reply, please, Minister.
Honourable Nue, thank you very much for the question, because to deal with organized crime, and we've said repeatedly, we need whole government, because organized crime, you can't break it off by hard power, going around with the boots on the feet with guns. It's when you begin to reorientate and work with society. If you look at the gangs, not only in the Western Cape, everywhere, getting younger, those kids were supposed to be at school. It means the societal fabric has fallen apart. Therefore, to rebuild and make sure that organized crime is not sustained, you don't have recruits, is to work with the Department of Education and see how you can protect children and get them to stay as long as they can in schools and not be recruited into gangs. You also have to work with correctional services, but the information we have is that in the prisons themselves, that's where they have all the time to organize, to communicate, despite the fact that they're not allowed phones. So the organization is there. We have to understand, working with committees, how to break even the recruitment, the continuity, the sustenance. So the security part of police and ourselves is one aspect of stabilizing, but the main solution lies in a whole government approach, which also works with communities for it to be a long-term thing. So the strategy is to mobilize communities, is to mobilize other government departments. When we, through defense intelligence and police intelligence, when we identify what is at the heart of these gangsters and who are the partners and engaging the partners, which is a long-term issue, but that's the only sustainable way. Otherwise, you are going to chase the ones that are here now who are carrying drugs. Before you know it, the younger ones who are young now have been recruited into gangsters, then we have another problem. So the strategy really is to have a whole government approach, but also to work with societies, with NGOs, and that's what we are also focusing on. And civil society.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you,
Let's now go to the Honourable Kennedy for a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to the Honourable Minister and Honourable members of the House. Honorable Minister, you know, the very same issue of kingpins that you have mentioned, it's a thorn in our hearts. Minister, the President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, stood in the National Assembly just yesterday and stated that the highly publicized numbers of arrests and firearms seized have done absolutely nothing to reduce organized crime or dismantle the kingpins running these syndicates. It is therefore clear that this deployment is failing because it is reactive and lacks any real intelligence-driven capability to target the syndicate's leadership. Minister, why now are you using the SANDF as an expensive blunt force reactive policing tool to catch low-level runners, while the actual kingpins who finance these operations and buy the stolen gold remain completely untouched by the state's intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kennedy. Minister, your response to that, please.
The member is quite correct. Just catching the runners will not be able to solve organized crime. What you will do with the deployment that we have in communities is to stabilize communities and really work with them by being there to get the information. If the member can also remember, because the main thing, as she correctly said, is to break the back of all these drugs and these organized crimes. That's why you will find, because those drugs or the drug lords won't stay in the townships or won't stay in your affluent park because they push big money. What will happen is at the harbor, after you've really understood what is the route that these drugs come through, and that's where you should be. So for me, intelligence work and getting to the source and the core, that's the key thing. So the president is right. Even if we can have a house full of guns, unless we can really break the supply chain of those guns, whether we can get 10 drugs or any other things, that's not what the issue. We have to know where they come from, who's driving them, and how do they get the country. And the member will really confirm that there have been lots of busts which have been happening because of information, following them on information. There is no way you could know that there's a TLB coming from Brazil carrying drugs on your own, running around in the streets. It's when you get information from people. It's when you use when you use intelligence. And some of the intelligence come from committees. So these processes, member, are interrelated, but you're quite right that the main thing is to deal with the kingpins. Who are these people mining for? And that's where intelligence comes in. And it's not something you go about to say, yes, we've come to know, because you'll close the loop, they'll go the other direction. But I just want to assure you, what you are saying is correct, that the president is right, that catching the little rats that come with guns will solve the problem. It is an integrated program, but also rebuilding communities, as I say, with gangsters. The mere fact that the gang lords have a feeding a trough where they can get young people is the dysfunctionality of societies and communities. That kids by age of 12 are in gangsters, are not going to school. So it's not really arresting people, but it's to deal with the cause of the problem. So the causes are multifaceted. There are many, but you need one center to coordinate social development, to coordinate education, to coordinate with prison, to really work with the prison authority to say, also this organization of gangsters happens in prison. So partly the member is right, but to say why we go, it's not the only thing that we go there for. And we are aware that it's the smallest part, but it's a very important part for us to be in those communities, to give people assurance, but also to get ourselves closer to communities, to where the problem is, and understand how it manifests itself, so that we are able to trace it back from where the source is. Because they're not in your townships, these people who are organizing crime. They are outside there, but you can go back to them from where they end up. Thanks, you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Let's go now once again to the Honourable Pala, who has the next slot for a follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Once again, Minister, you have answered adequately the question, but let me say to you, Minister, that 2 weeks back we were in Western Cape and in Cape, and we went to Yeterblatt to engage with the SANDF members, particularly those who are deployed at Operation Prosper. And we further went to Mitchell's Plain, where we went to do an walkabout at where the soldiers and the police are deployed. And Minister, in the report we received from the communities, the leaders of the communities, the CPF's leaders who were there, they were giving the Operation Prosper a positive note. Minister, do you have any plan to encourage communities to participate and engage and assist and work together with both the SNDF and the police in dealing with crime? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Pala. Honourable Minister, your reply, please.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We need communities to a very large extent because this process, to be able to break the back of gangsterism, is reliant on information. Either through the work that we do through intelligence from both police, but from the state agencies, but also from defense. So that would be one arm. But communities, we need them more than really them needing us. We need them to also provide us with information, because that's what is going to help us break or go to the heart of the problem. So, and that's why at all times we even have community facilitation teams which interact with communities in very informal manners. Again, I will not be able to mention to say what are the activities we get with to engage with in order to get closer to communities, to get communities to support the program. Because without them, without their knowledge, you are not going to be able to. Am I still audible, Chair?
You are audible, Honourable Minister. Someone has just loaded a whiteboard onto the screen.
Hey,
I'm not sure whom.
okay, I'm here. Okay, thanks, Chair. So, Chair, the interaction with communities is one very important cog to other things, because communities themselves do want to get rid of all these stress, like their kids getting. I mean, there's nothing as painful as a mother to have your child ending up as a drug addict. So communities are very keen to make sure that the programs succeed. But on the other hand, as I say, we need them desperately to be able to provide information, partnerships, but also to work with government and civil society to rebuild communities, because this is also a social phenomenon. It's a historical phenomenon. That's why you will get gangsters in other communities. It has to be understood within its historical context. You will get Zamazamas being foreigners and mostly illegal immigrants. You have to understand it also in terms of international dynamics. To bust those drug cells in Musina, or those Libyans who had opened camps, we will not be able to sometimes crack it without the support and information from communities. So the partnership is key for the success of the program. And that's why at all times, really, we want to make sure that we listen to what communities are saying, we get close to them, we get guided by them, and we get information from them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, that brings us to question number 161. Question 161 was asked by the Honourable Masumpa, and it relates to the compensation of employees and the projected over-expenditure when it comes to compensation. If you can reply to question number 161, please, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair, which is also one of the sore points in the department, that even this year, the projected over expenditure on our COE on the budget is 3.3 billion. Last year we had overspent with also 3 billion. And we expect, when we do the calculations, that it's going to end up at 4 billion for 2027, 2028. Unless there's an intervention, come 28, 29, will be at 4.6 billion. We've reported this, we've identified, we've even worked possible ways of reducing our budget expenditure with Treasury, like encouraging people to take early retirement, those that are able to take retirement, to give people incentives to really find employment or engagement using their high-level skills in other areas. But both ourselves as a department and cabinet and Treasury are aware that the CEO budget is the biggest threat and it keeps on increasing. And unless there's a complete wiping off a bailout from Treasury, there's very little we can do. This is it's a consequence of underfunding, where the HR budget has not been in line with the developments like your salary increases and inflation and all sorts of things. So it is it's one of our biggest threats in the department. So that when members talk about collapse, the risk of collapse is going to come from here.
Thank you, Minister. Let's now go to the Honourable Masumpa for the first opportunity for a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to the Minister. Thank you, Minister, for replying to the question. Honourable Minister, the public will be more interested in the background and context of how department has reached the level of over-expenditure on the compensation of employees beyond budgetary cuts. What are the short and medium-term interventions to remedy this situation, and how has this affected other key strategic priorities on your department? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masumpa. Over to you then, Minister.
No, Chair, we can assure the public that the source of the problem, when the member says they want to know what is underlying is a defunding over a period of time where the budget underfunding, which it is the cause for all this, the underfunding of the department has created this crisis. And not only this crisis, this one is visible because it takes money. But what other members have mentioned before, of your facilities which are falling apart, it's all underfunding. Of your equipment which is non-functional, it's all underfunding. So that's what is behind it. And that's what we've been raising with both Parliament, with Cabinet, and also Treasury. And the department has been raising that all the time. I even know when I was in education, the ministers of defense were raising this threat that is here. So what is behind this underfunding is nothing else. So what are we going to do? We're looking at short measures. I mean, as I say, what I've mentioned before, that we're looking at asking people to retire, but it won't solve the problem. And that's what we have said to Treasury. Even if we can ask all the 50-year-olds to leave the defense force, we remain with younger people. In any case, it would be unfair to say, why do you want your most senior, well-trained people to leave before time? So even if we can do, and we're doing them, we're no longer recruiting at the rate we're supposed to be recruiting, at which we would have wished to recruit. We only now take about 5,000 after 2 years to make sure that we can keep tight. As a result, we're even in terms of the complement of the forces that we have is not adequate to the tasks that we have. So we're looking at measures of not recruiting adequately, encouraging people to live in good time, but the answer lies in both Cabinet and Parliament, which is the one that is really appropriating funds to say they have to appropriate money to go to the defense. We don't appropriate monies for ourselves. We live with what we get. If we get this is what we live on. And unfortunately, HR, because it's human beings, it's salaries, it's visible. But when you do your oversight, it's also visible what this underfunding is. So that's where the issue is.
Thank you, Minister. Let's now go to the Honourable du Plessis for the next supplementary question, please.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, the SANDF has repeatedly blamed underfunding as the reason behind the lack of training and on-the-ground impact. However, there has not been any internal or external investigation into the return on investment of bloated compensation of senior employees who have slowly been eroding away at the SANDF funds and not delivering on the specification of their job descriptions as evidenced by an underperforming SANDF. Why has accurate performance management not taken place? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable du Plessis. Your reply to that, please, Minister.
No, Chair, I want to repeat respectfully what I said. Underfunding is at the heart of the challenges of SADF. Whether, which I'm not even aware of, that we have bloated salaries of generals, I don't know. It has not been brought to my attention. What has been brought to my attention, which I'm witness to, is that the resources allocated to the Defence Force don't match up with what they're supposed to be doing. The money, and that's why your planes are, what members have mentioned before, your ships are not sailing, your planes are not functional, your infrastructure is deteriorating. It has nothing to do with generals. It's about underfunding. And fortunately, members, Cabinet has agreed to it. We've been talking to the appropriation. We've been talking to say we have to prioritize. There's acceptance. So it's not us saying the Defence Force is underfunded. There's an acceptance. There's an acceptance by government and by Parliament to say the responsibility of the defence and the allocation of the funds are not consummate, and therefore it's causing problems. And they are able to trace it back to when did the deterioration start. It started with removing funds from defense to fund your fees must fall. Almost 9 billion, I'm told, I was not there at the time, was taken from defense and created a problem. Some of the funds, when it was COVID, it also would have been monies that were taken from defense and police, for instance. So it's underfunding and it's accepted. It's not us saying it. It's the books, it's the figures, it's information in public. So we don't have to even justify and blame. We're stating facts as they are. There's evidence to show it, which has been accepted. And that's why there's now commitment on the journey to greatness to say we can't go to greatness when the funding does not speak to the great path. We're not failing to fix our planes because we're reckless. We don't have the resources. We're not failing to get our ships in the sea or to get all the necessary capability because we don't know where to do it, that we don't have the money. We're not failing to fix our infrastructure and really, as the previous member Godson said, you know, we really, and I'm also very humbled all the time I'm with the soldiers, that they have to do a lot with very little support and resources. And again, as defense, we don't allocate money to ourselves. We work with what is there. Money is allocated by Parliament, is allocated by cabinet, but again, it depends. So I don't want to blame even cabinet, but to say we don't allocate monies to ourselves. So when there's no money, it's not that money to buy aircrafts has gone to generals. That I am not sure where that has come. Say this money was for aircraft, it has paid generals. I don't believe so. It's underfunding at the heart of it all, and it's for Parliament and NSOP to hold hands with us to make sure that defense is funded to the level that it requires to be funded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We now recognize the Honourable Sawisa, who has the next opportunity. Honourable Sawisa. Honourable Sawisa, are you online and able to unmute yourself? I note the Honourable Sawisa is not online. Any other member of the EFF willing to take her question? I see no indication. We will therefore move on to the Honourable Zulu.
Good afternoon, House Chairperson. Good afternoon, honourable members on the call. Minister Sawubona.
Swiss.
Can the minister therefore tell this House in rand terms, exactly how much the planned exit of only 227 personnel will save, what the remaining compensation of employees shortfall will be after those savings, and which operational capabilities, training, maintenance, flying hours, sea hours, or deployments will have to be reduced if Treasurer does not increase the ceiling. Thank you, House Chairperson and the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. Your reply to that, please, Minister.
I'll be able to answer part of the questions. I'm taking notes. I'll be able to come to Babu said that specifically, if 230 leave, how much is it giving us? But what happens when they leave, it goes back, it gets planted to the HR, because that's where the gap is, and that's what we're trying to close. So if, for instance, we save 100 million, you take it back to the HR budget, because then it allows us to spend less on salaries. So it's not money that we get concretely to say we've saved 100 million, therefore we are able to use it elsewhere. It means it reduces the very gap that we're going through. So rather than it to be 100 million less what we pay. So we are not going to use it for other capabilities. And the question that Babu Swisa is raising quite well around what would we do if we had money? I can tell you, if we had money, we will address most of the things that you observe when you go in observations. We will get our capabilities running, because you correctly asked to say, if we don't get money, what then happens? Already flying hours have been reduced for the pilots, which is a threat that if we don't get money soon, they'll even lose their flying licenses. We've reduced seat time to make sure that we can be able to stretch the rent. And again, those are very dangerous activities if you want really to have a great defense force. So you are going to be building on something that has fractured before. So instead of building forward, you're going to have to fix what has deteriorated, your infrastructure and all sorts of things. So some of the things Uba Swisa is raising have already suffered. As I say, flying hours have been reduced, seat time has been reduced, and also, so even you would have said, even terms when I went to the border, even the uniforms of those soldiers, you want to look on the side when you look at how whitewashed that uniform is. So everything else across the board, Babu Swisa, member, it is affected, and further delays. And I'm encouraged that the journey to greatness has been approved by cabinet. I'm happy that the NCOP and Parliament are ready to listen to it, and I'm very hopeful that both Parliament and the NCOP will support us to be able to claw back on the gap that is happening, because that is indeed a very serious problem. But all the other remedies that we're working on, and I've been saying the department, even to Treasury, it will relieve, but it will not address the problem. You are not going to get 3 billion out of early retirement. You're not going to get 3 billion to close the gap. You can reduce the gap, but you're not going to close it. And in the meantime, you also don't want to stop recruiting young people so that you have a fresh source of entries to keep your defense force young and also energetic. So you have to balance on this side to make sure that you don't deteriorate any further. But in the meantime, we have to hold on to make sure that this thing does not collapse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. I note the Honourable Suisa is still not joined, so we will then move on to question number 158, which was...
Chairperson? House Chairperson?
Yes, who is
Yes.
speaking?
It's Honorable Zulu. Just to correct the Honorable Minister, I'm not Ubaba
No,
Usiwisa.
you are the order. I just responded to
I
the
am
question.
Ubaba Uzulu.
Honourable Zulu, you are out of order. We are moving on. Thank you very much. Honourable members, question 158 was originally asked by the Honourable Gericke. Honourable Gericke has tendered his apologies for today but in line with our rules, he has delegated the responsibility of the question to the Honourable Machobene. So, Minister, if I can ask you to respond to question number 158. It relates to the degradation in the South African National Defence Force and in the South African Navy. Question 158.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It goes back to the same problems that I think we've been engaging with members earlier. That as a department, we acknowledge that our infrastructure is deteriorating left, right, our barracks, our camps, our facilities, and our military installations. We acknowledge that there is a major problem. And that's why, as I say, I'm really hopeful and excited that members are engaging us with this so they can support us in our plea. And the challenges I want to repeat for the aging infrastructure are limited budget allocations, and mainly due to underperformance in some instances, not always. I don't want to blame other departments, but sometimes we work with departments who don't necessarily make our lives easy. When Mill 1 doesn't work, they'll come back to me, whereas Mill 1 was a project of public works, which has been draining money from defense. Last week, I went to open a hospital, a beautiful hospital in the Eastern Cape. When I asked when was the project started, it's more than 10 years back. So you can imagine the escalations, the cost, the changing. Again, it's working because as government, you don't do some of the things for yourselves. You're working also with other departments like you have with Public Works. So Public Works also has contributed, not mainly, to some of the challenges that the department has experienced. And that's why we're already working with them to say they have to really, some of the work has to come back to DOD. Department of Defense has its own infrastructure unit. Let it do the other work that it's doing, because working with Public Works has not been necessarily helpful. So things like emergency repairs, not to wait for them to go to Public Works, go and monitor Public Works, to do it ourselves, because we pay also Public Works for this thing. We're prioritizing the sites because there's been general deterioration. We're prioritizing the sites that we have to work on to say, where do we start? Because we have to reprioritize. We are working, as I say, interdepartmental coordination. There is no way we can build capacity overnight. We still need to work with Department of Public Works, but work with them not as a sister departments, but as a client, that we become their client, their supplier, and we treat them like we treat any industry. And we're getting into MOUs. But we're also beginning to, and that's why it was very important for us to get the defense industry also activated, because you also get good capacity outside government, but they have to be geared and be aware that there are opportunities which they can come on. And as I say, using temporary measures, accommodation. So we are again, Chair, looking at different ways of how we diversify our capabilities, but also strengthening our working relationships with departments that are supposed to service us. And as I say, in infrastructure is Public Works. So some of the problems is us, some of the problems Public Works. But if you really have a Public Works which will drain defense like you did with Mill 1, where you've spent more than 7 billion with nothing to show, all we have to do is to pay and pay and pay. The hospital that I opened, I was told it cost them more than 600 million. It has been built over 10 years by Public Works. So again, it's to strengthen those areas where we are obliged through government processes to work with other departments. But we're talking with the Minister of Public Works to say, how do we improve the situation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's now go to the Honourable Machobene to pose that first supplementary question.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I understand what the frustration that Minister have mentioned, the challenges of limited budget in her department. Nonetheless, Minister, you have a naval vessel that has been rotting away at a Durban shipyard for 10 years, and it might take another 5 years just to finish a basic upgrade of our military. Cannot even project power in a local shipyard. How can we possibly protect our oceans from illegal foreign trawlers and piracy? And secondly, what concrete remedial actions have you taken since the committee report includes the submission of the required project hotel report with a fixed delivery timeline. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Moshabene. Over to you, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And I really have to say, personally, I appreciate when committee members go and visit sites and confirm what we know. You see, all the information that you give us is to confirm what we know, and therefore the importance of making sure that we get your support to address the problem. Because for it to move there, it's not going to be my wish. It's going to be whether the Navy is given money, adequate money to get the ship to go. It's not going to be my wish. It's not going to be my desire. My wish is to get all these things to be functional. You mentioned one ship. I can give a whole list of things which are dysfunctional and are not going on very well, simply because there is zero capacity. I must also mention, and the zero capacity because business does not wait for a poor client who they are not sure whether the client is going to come. They start looking for other clients elsewhere. For instance, our local defense industry, 80% of their business is outside South Africa because a South African government were not able to buy and sustain them. And therefore, even the capacity to fix is eroded. But the main thing to say, when do I come with time plans? I can give you time plans. If wishes were horses, I would say, well, I do want that by next year, everything should be sailing. But you will know that it depends on other things. It depends on resources. It depends on capacity. And unless you can commit resources, no repairer or any company is going to come and say, we'll repair for you when they're not sure if you're going to pay. So let's count, and I'm very hopeful that this journey to greatness is going to start opening opportunities. And only then, when cabinet has given us, or parliament has given us, say, 10 billion, you can come back to me to say, yes, there's a ship, when is it going? For the mere fact that it's been there for 10 years, I don't want to assume that those people there were so negligent or were not aware. Most of the reports that you give us, I get happy because you confirm things that I know, the reports that I get on an ongoing basis. You can imagine the frustration of those generals who are supposed to be leading those sections and are not able to get the support that they need from government. And in all our management meetings, they keep on repeating, and they hope that myself as a member of parliament, I'll come and bring good news to say, no. The government has sorted itself out. We are going to get money. Then we'll give you timeframes when appropriation is giving us money. But for now, I'll be lying to you if I can say by January, this is what is going to happen. Ngani. It's not going to, I'll be honest if I can then commit what you say I must commit to, because it depends on whether I am able to commit honestly and realistically. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Pala for the next supplementary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, once again. Minister, during the SONA, the president of the country, who is the commander-in-chief of the SANDF, indicated that the department will be moving from 0.76% of the GDP to 1.5%. And in line with the capstone policy document, which hopefully is geared towards modernization of the institution across the board, does the minister, together with the Minister of Finance, consider a new funding model? That's my question, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair and Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Pala. Back to you then, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, moving from the 0.7 to 1.5, it's doubling our budget, which it means we're asking government to give us more than 60 billion again to be able to make the journey towards the 1.5. And that's why the capstone, even in terms of realistically, there is no way, after all the years of defunding, defense is going to be able to spend 50 billion overnight. The capstone, it's a phased process, which then says in the first 5 years, if we get 20 billion, this is what we're going to do. If we get, so that 1.5 is going to be a journey, because that 1.5 in a way means doubling. It means, because it's 1.5% of the GDP. So it means doubling the money that a treasury gets. And it depends on quite a number of factors, to be very honest. With the economy which is not growing, so there's a commitment. And we do hope that the economy will wreck itself and be able to live up to this. But in the meantime, there's a commitment to move to that process. But it's going to be a journey over time, first because of capabilities, but also getting the budget itself or finances of the country to be able to live up to that and be able to move in that direction. So in short, member, we really are hopeful and are looking forward that we will get this. We'll have this journey, which is going to be stretched over time, which is going to double our budget, but which is going to enable the defense force to function. But for now, it's a big, big strain, not only to the facilities, but even to people who are supposed to be running the different sections of the army, of the defense force. And I can assure you, I sometimes can't believe the morale that still remains in the midst of difficulties that the department is facing because of, and this has been underfunding over more than 10 years. When Fees Must Fall was 10 years back. So, and that money was never replaced. And therefore the gap now is being felt 10 years down the line. So I hope to have answered.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now ask the Honourable Brits to ask another supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Minister, are you aware of the level and impact of the degradation of the SANDF and the SA Navy? Because if you were aware, you would have implemented systems that investigate and ensure consequences where mismanagement has taken place. Minister, so my question is, are you presiding over the collapse of the SANDF and the SA Navy because you don't understand the scale of this crisis, or because you are unwilling to hold those responsible accountable? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Brits. Please reply to that, Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. None of the negatives. Being unaware, I'm very aware. I mean, as a minister, we have managed meetings on an ongoing basis. I get reports both from the Secretary of Defense, but there's a Chief of the Navy who reports to me on an ongoing basis on issues. I visit sites myself because that's my life. That's what I do every day. So that's why I'm saying unaware, no, I'm aware. Unwilling, no, not the I'm very willing and very keen to get things happen. What am I going to do? I'm repeating the same answer, Chair. Unless there's a revision in terms of funding defense, we will continue. So it doesn't need any investigation. That's why I say even the reports that you give me from oversight, what is heartening about them, it's confirming what we know. Otherwise, what are we doing in the department if we don't know what is happening in the department? What do I do on a daily basis if I don't visit the sites? What do I do on a daily basis if I don't speak to the generals that are running those sections and even see the degradation you're talking about, west. I mean, I visited the border last time. There was not even a fence, and soldiers are expected to be guarding, to be protecting the border when there's no border. So I'm aware of even deeper problems, maybe I can assure you. Unwilling, no. And then what was the other? But for all those ands, I can tell you no to them. I'm conscious, I'm aware, and I'm really keen to get things to work. And I am informed. Uninformed, I'm informed because I get reports on an ongoing basis, because that's where I work. That's what I do on a daily basis. So I have the information, Chair, and I have the will and the wish to get things to work. But Fagimali, the issue is that, which we have raised repeatedly, the underfunding of defense is extremely dangerous both to the country, to the department, and to our sovereignty as a state.
Thank you, Minister. Let's now recognize the Honourable Peter, who has the next opportunity. Honourable Peter.
Good day, Honourable Chair, and greetings to the Honourable Minister. The Department of Defence 2024-2025 annual report confirms that the SA Navy failed to achieve its planned 8,000 hours at the sea due to backlogs in maintenance, repairs, refit, and mid-life upgrades, affecting much of its prime mission equipment. The department also reported a facilities maintenance backlogs of approximately 8.019 billion. These challenges must be considered against a 2026-2027 defense allocation of 57.6 billion, of which 37.7 billion is allocated to compensation of employees, while only 607 million is specifically an earmark for the repair and maintenance of naval platforms. Whether, in light of the concerns raised, can the Minister provide this House with a service-by-service assessment of the current operational readiness of the SADF, including the SA Navy, together with the specific funding required and clear timeframes to restore the identified capabilities? If not, why not, Honourable Minister? If so, what are the relevant details? I thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Peter. I'm not sure that the Minister will be able to reply to that, other than to say she will give you a future document. But Minister, I don't think there was a direct question. I think it was more a request for information. If you can respond to the request, please.
Yeah, no, Chair, I'm happy that the member is citing a report from Defense, and I can assure him I signed those reports. So the things he's telling me about the fact that how many hours were lost, it's things that get reported and we report to you. So that information member could have only gotten from us as the department to say, we've not been able to do so many man hours in the sea, and not only in the Navy, so that we are not only focused on the Navy. If I go to Air Force, they'll tell me how many hours they're losing in terms of flying, and the fact that, which was a big advantage for the country, that the Air Force also used to be the big trainer of young South Africans as pilots, because they're even advanced pilots, because they don't fly planes just from as taxis from point A to B, but they can even fight with planes. So it used to train wonderful pilots, but still not, it's been eroded also. And I can tell you in all other facilities, in health, because of underfunding, we're losing professionals, we're losing specialists that are supposed to serve us. And unfortunately, we even drain and have to outsource some of the work that we could be doing internally because, again, of degradation. So it's not only in the Navy. So if you want a report, I'll give you a full report, service by service, Navy included, Air Force. The Army will tell you about vehicles that are unrepairable, which are there, which they require. They are not moving again, as he correctly says, because of some things like hoof Easter, which were just really inefficiencies in the department, Mill 1, inefficiencies in Department of Public Works. So let's not even focus on the Navy alone. The Navy is one of them, but the challenges are across the board. Now, why if not, maybe you're quite right that I should get because I didn't know by when and why, if not, when the reports you got from us, and I've repeatedly said this afternoon that we can only solve the problems that we have if our underlying problem is addressed. I don't want to lie that our problem is money, is only money. Yes, 80% of our problems is money, but you are quite correct that some of the problems emanate from capacities that are within the department to be able to implement projects on time, but also with partners. As I said, I opened a hospital which was built 10 years back. How do you build a 36-bed hospital for 10 years? So there are challenges which I want to admit to, but the underlying problem, not only in the Navy, in the Air Force, in the military, in health, and in all other services. The member will even know that we had our armament stolen from our depots, again, because of infrastructure which has collapsed. Our land is being invaded by squatters because we're not able to secure, the fences are broken, we're not able to replace them. So it's not Navy, it's the entire defense force that needs money to be able to put it in the state where it will function. So the when and how, even if you can say I must go and give an answer, Chair, my answer is this one: until we can address the fundamental problem, I'm not going to be able to answer when, how, and why not. I'm not going to be able to answer it, because the truth is that the problem doesn't lie in the way, why, and how. It's going to lie in whether we are able to get support and resources to enable us to function maximally. That's what we need for now.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, we now go back to the question paper to look at question number 164. Question 164 was put to you by the Honourable Briat. It relates to failures of the Military Command Council in terms of budget management. If you can respond to question number 164, please, Minister.
I want to humbly also ask, if really you don't take it as me being out of order. There's a vote in the National Assembly, and I had requested that perhaps I be allowed to go and vote in the National Assembly. And I had hoped and I had requested that perhaps my period should be an hour, but I can see we're exceeding that. So I'm humbly requesting, Chair, if you allow me to really disconnect and go and vote in the NCO, in the National Assembly.
Minister, I'm afraid that there's no precedent for that. I did not receive that request, and I'm hearing it for the first time now. I do understand that there is a vote. I'm not sure that it's taking place immediately. As far as I'm concerned, though, we are busy with the House of the National Council of Provinces, and I do believe we need you to respond to question 164. Honourable Khadebe, I note your hand.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson Ryder. I think that the debate has just commenced in the side of the NA. Chair. I think that we can release the ministers when they have to vote. Thank you. When they have to go to vote, you know. But now we can continue with the questions.
So the debate has begun. I don't think the minister needs to be released for the debate. It's when the vote itself happens. So, Minister,
Chair.
Yes, Chief Whip.
I must apologize to you and also apologize to the Honourable Minister. The Chief Whip of the National Assembly did actually alert to me to this eventuality. And but I am in your able hands, naturally, as the presiding officer. But I thought that by now we would be able to adjourn for quite some time to give our ministers to go there, because both of them are required actually to participate in that important vote. But I just want to bring to our attention, but your decision is yours, but I would support that we give our ministers an opportunity to do that. It is on a virtual platform. Thank you, sir.
Chief Whip, yes, I hear what you're saying, and I think we might be able to give consideration to a short break when the time for voting comes. But at this stage, as far as I'm aware, and I haven't had any other correspondence, but there is still a debate ongoing. Minister Lamola, I note your hand as well.
No, thanks, Chair. I think you are provision that there will be an allowance during the vote for us to vote and come back. Will be fine. I have already requested similar arrangement with the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honorable Nzimande, I note your hand. Honorable Nzimande, it was you that raised your hand. Would you like to proceed?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there is no provision for this kind of an arrangement that is being asked. And I believe this House has the right to be respected. The Minister must answer the questions. They must remain in this House. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Badenhorst is next.
Thank you very much. Chair, there is no precedent for what is happening at the moment, but there is a precedent for when the presiding officer makes a ruling, that ruling stands, and no further discussion is allowed on that ruling. So you've made a ruling, it's been accepted, and I think we should move on. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Let's proceed. Minister, if I can ask you to then proceed with your response to question 164. And we can monitor the process in the National Assembly and make a determination if we are to adjourn shortly. Thank you. Please proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to give you 2 minutes to ask the office, just a second, to just ask the office to warn me as soon as the voting starts, because I'm not sure how I'm going to know, unless you are going to alert me. Just as a process. But I am going to proceed.
I'm sure you have parliamentary liaison officials and numerous support staff that can assist you. But for now, if we can proceed with your response to question 164.
Chair, the question really is about the repeated failures in budget management, which really includes real-term defense budget declines. And as I say, it's with respect that I'll be giving the same answers because it's the same issue in different ways. So what our response or my response is that we've learned lessons and feedbacks of operational performance of the South African soldier over years in external and internal deployment, including the emerging warfare, which we research on an ongoing basis, which has identified, amongst others, sometimes poor understanding of the doctrine. And we have decided, and that's why we work with universities to really make sure that we coordinate through our joint forces, that the different services of the division work together as one team. The budget that we've been talking about the whole afternoon, annually, for the intake is according to the requirements of the services and divisions. The different services, in terms of their sizes, in terms of the structure that we currently use, do get people, and what we do to make sure that there's interoperability. They work together, first train as soldiers, and then go and specialize in the areas that they're working. The interventions that we're working on have to address some of the shortcomings that have been identified, and the joint military basing training, which was planned and budgeted for services and divisions, it's actually an additional cost, but we're really quite conscious of some of the challenges that the member has raised. So the decision to conduct joint basic military training with the aim of enhancing interoperability and joint basic military training curriculum has been developed to incorporate all essential services unique to the training areas where they are, so that after they've done the basic, the Navy will go to the Navy, the Air Force will go to the Air Force. But there must be common training objectives that will ultimately enable jointness in the operations of the different forces that are there. So orientation in joint military culture at an entry level 3, South Africa has identified a facility that is going to be used to train the 2,500 recruits that we have. And this facility, we believe, is conducive to host the defense force, and therefore there will be no overload on our logistics and our current logistic challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. We now look to the Honourable Briat to ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you, Minister. Minister, you speak about interoperability and common training objectives, but you have not provided any evidence that centralizing all recruits at an Army infantry battalion improves the operational capability of the Navy and the Air Force. Can you point to any measurable outcomes or independent assessment that demonstrates this approach produces better qualified sailors and airmen rather than simply reducing the costs? Because with all due respect, Honourable Minister, you have blamed the budget continually, and I do not think that is the sole reason that needs to be blamed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Brett. Please reply to that, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chen. Thanks for the follow-up. And can really respectfully say to the member, it's what I think she selectively chose to listen or to hear. I'll repeat what I've said, because I think the selective hearing based on what I think she came with a package of what she was going to say, despite what I would have said. I'm going to read what I said, Chair, which answers the question that the member is saying. In my response number B, I said the decision to conduct joint basic military training with the aim of enhancing interoperability. So there's a joint basic military training curriculum, which was developed to incorporate all essential services unique to training, such as water safety, training of the Navy, as well as common training objectives that will ultimately ensure jointness and interoperability. I've not even at this stage spoken about the budget and underfunding. I'm talking about the training. And it makes, for instance, it will make all recruits to be land, air, sea, and military health-mindedness. Creates a soldier that is orientated in joint military culture at the entry level 3. South Africa has what SAI was identified as a facility. I'm still not speaking about budgets. As a facility to be used to host the 2,500 recruits. So that's why I said I've not said what the member is saying. I'm saying I'm responding to what she asked me. So I really want Chair to respectfully and humbly say, I think it's selective hearing of what I would have said and repeating what I have not said. Yes, about the budget, I've said it and I'm repeating it, that it is a constraint, but here we're not talking budgets. So the member should not say I keep on repeating the budget. I've not spoken about it here. I responded to her question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Let's go to the Honourable Masumpa for the next supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, thank you for your reply. Minister, has any problem, be it logistic or operational, being reported for or encountered with the centralization? And 2, whether there are decisions in terms of how and where they conduct their training. Is it a policy or it's an operational issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Masumpa. Please respond, Minister.
No, Chair, it is more of an implementation issue, not so much of a policy. Because I said in my response that the lessons that we have learned and the feedbacks that we have gotten from operational performance of the South African soldier over years in external and employment deployment has even demonstrated fragmentation in terms of the skills that are there. So already, as I say, we have budgeted annually for the intake according to the requirements of the different areas of work. And again, to repeat what I said to the previous member, that we have there's a facility that has been identified, there's a curriculum that has been identified, there is even a phase at which that joint training is going to happen. So there is an implementation plan and process in place. It's, as I say, as you correctly say, it's an operational matter which is being addressed, a member. It's not necessarily a policy issue. It's a strategy and tactic as to how to improve your training and your capabilities of your deployees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now move on to the next supplementary question, which will be put by the Honourable Swart.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, I didn't hear your response on Honourable Brett on the first question because I was cut off because we had bad weather. But I'm putting this question now, sorry, Honourable Chair. Minister, Defence struggled to accommodate just 146 soldiers at 40 Kappa. And despite the ANC chair of the JSCD using his oversight role to dismiss our findings as fabricated, the soldiers were subsequently moved from the squalor where they lived in, and repairs commenced as a result of DA oversight. What gives you as Minister the confidence that Defence can now centralize thousands of recruits at 3 SAI without repeating the same logistical failure on a massive scale? I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. If you can reply to that, please, Minister.
No, yes, Chair. I have no reason to doubt it, that I've seen Defence Force implementing very complicated programs, very difficult situations. I visited their deployments outside, and I've been in awe to see how well they planned and execute. So I have no reason to doubt that they won't do it. So I'm confident it will happen, that this 2,500 will be put as SAI. What you would have seen in other areas does not necessarily reflect what the Defence Force is all about all the time, always. So I have confidence, so I have no doubt. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And the last supplementary question on this particular question is again for the Honourable Sawisa, who has still not joined us. So is there any other member of the Economic Freedom Fighters who would like to put the question? I don't see anyone. Minister, I have confirmed with the National Assembly Whippery that the debate has only just begun and voting will only happen in 90 minutes or so. So we are grateful for your full attention as we move on to the last question, the last set of questions that you'll be required to respond to. They go around question number 162, which was asked by the Honourable Nue and relates to Project Hoefyster and Project Hotel, which you referenced Hoefyster earlier on. If you can respond to question number 162, please, Minister.
Let me get my, you said it's question 164. That's where I am.
162.
162, I'm sorry, I have to see this. I'm mixing my papers. No, thank you, Chair. Chair, the Council of Defence, which is chaired by myself, has confirmed the Project Hoefyster should continue to implement phase 1. So I have a working committee which reports to me on a different basis. And the development and partnerships, for instance, with DINEL have been sorted to industrialize phase 2. Because the South African National Defence Force still requires, because I did ask the Army, do you still require the vehicles which should have been built 10 years back? Then they say they still require them, and maybe the advantage of the delay is that it will be modernized, it will have the latest technology, and that's what we're working on to upgrade what the plans are. I think I received the report about 2 weeks back about how far we're going with Easter. So I can assure you, Chair, that we are working on it. We have taken steps to prevent the recurrence of project management and acquisition failures, because that's what Hoefyster went through. First, to recapacitate the project teams, which are in place, to establish oversight through steering committees, which reports to me on an ongoing basis, and establish a baseline for variance on the project. And the answer for B, what are the further relevant details? There are no further relevant except key decisions on the project have been made for the project to focus on delivery of critical outcomes. Developments of project level includes establishment of the project baseline for variant on Project Hoof A-Star, which prioritizes the section variant earmarked to undergo land mine tests. Professor said that the delay has forced us to really look at the latest technology so that when it comes back, it will not, after 10 years, it would have needed upgrading. So you upgrade and finalize the project as it is now. And of equal importance, Chair, is the software aspects relating to main weapon and gun drive systems, which initiated by Denel to have original equipment manufacturer finalize the qualifications of software in relation to new specifications that we developed on the 21st of July, 2026. So the remaining variant, the fire support, command mortar, and missiles baseline are being established in parallel to the process detailed above as part of the common platform. On the execution of project evaluation plan, it was submitted by the contractor and will be subjected to a feasibility study by a third party, which will provide holistic views of cost and time indications for completion of the hydraulic survey vessels. And this will provide an independent view and further provide AMSCO with a decision-making tool in terms of funding the project. And the project team is in the process of appointing a third party to do the feasibility study. The project team is being beefed up by independent specialists. So the long and short, Chair, both projects have been, as I say, have been confirmed if that the Defence Force still needs them. Teams have been put in place. There's ongoing monitoring, and we're at a stage we're also looking for partners. I think there was also publication to get parties that are interested to work with the defense on these projects. So it's out there in the public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Let's ask Mr. Nue to follow up his question with a supplementary.
Chair, a second, my battery is failing. I want to put an adapter. Please, it's going to die on me.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Nue, if I can ask for your patience, let's just allow the Minister to deal with her self-inflicted load shedding and give her an opportunity to listen to your question in full when she's managed to sort out her adapter issues.
Can I charge? Yeah, sure, baby. Yeah, sure, too. Is it anywhere?
Minister, are you ready to rejoin us?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a second. I'm almost there, Chief.
There we go.
Yeah. No, Chair, I am ready and can listen to member news and respond to the question.
And then put your supplementary question to the Minister, please.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you, Minister and honorable members in the House. Minister, based on just you have just said, indeed, there is an acknowledgement of the long delay of these two projects. We have visited them as a JCD, and we have seen with our own eyes the kind of condition which is there and which is very much worrying in terms of the plans why these projects initially were initiated. However, the period that they have taken now is indeed worrisome. Now, based on we have just said, we should have learned something out of this, the challenges. Now, one would like to ask Ministry, how are you going to strengthen the oversight and monitoring of the project, specifically to detect and track challenges as early as possible, so that when they arise, there will also be an early intervention, unlike what is currently happening? Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nue. And your reply to that, please, Minister.
No, Chair, I fully agree with Member New. I mean, it's very disheartening to have to witness or even confirm the time it took for those projects, key as they are, to really be operationalized, and the monies which were spent in the process. I was very encouraged when the army said it still needs them. So, which means in terms we've lost time, we've lost money, but the opportunity still exists that the equipment that you would have witnessed will still be usable, so that the wastage, which also I found disheartening, is going to be, not that is going to be completely eliminated. There would have been serious losses that the state would have incurred to the failures of the project. So as I currently say, a member, we, for the first time, I have established a joint team between AMSCO and DINEL, because in the past they were working from different departments and not necessarily having a closer cooperation. So we work as a team with the Defense Force, with the Secretariat, convening them on an ongoing basis, getting reports. That's why I even know at which stage they are in, that they're assessing, because Army has to say, in terms of modern technology, we want you to do the following extra. So there's already work happening around what adjustments would be needed. It's not a consolation, but perhaps it is. The fact that in 10 years' time, if that project would have been completed, those vehicles will be due for either maintenance or will be due for upgrades. So those upgrades will already be incorporated in the current fleet, so that by the time it leaves, it's even more modern than it would have been 10 years back. But I agree with you, and that's why I've put measures, put teams in place, get regular reports, and also see, especially through the SecDef, see what are the areas that we need, or what areas we need to support them, but also what we need to do on an ongoing basis to nudge the teams to work together, because in the past they were not working together. DNL belonged to another department. AMSCO had DINEL as the client, but now they're one department, they're one family, and they know they have to work together to make sure that these projects come to fruition. So I quite agree with you. It's quite regrettable that we found ourselves in the situation that we find ourselves in currently. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Dr. Igor Skierkochel, who has the next opportunity for a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. And Minister, I'll take that painful Band-Aid off and just start with it with Project Hoefyster has been reportedly 14 years behind, so that is very painful. Project Hotel is still incomplete. Parliament itself warned of the deterioration of SANDF, its capability that it poses for national security risk. Now, can you honestly assure South Africans that if a hostile dictatorship tests our borders tomorrow, that the SANDF could actually defend us, or have years of failed procurement reduce our defense force to a TMO camouflaged operation? It looks like defense on paper, but the capacity will never arrive.
Thank you, Dr. Skierkochel. Your reply, please, Minister.
No, Chair, I can assure the member to sleep peacefully and be sure that his defense force will protect him. Because the protection of the defense force is not lying in the Hoefyster vehicles. There are other vehicles which will run around and protect him. There are other capabilities that, in terms of defense intelligence, we have, which will protect you. So sleep peacefully, member, and know that your defense force will protect you. Because those projects don't make the defense force. They are a critical part of the defense force, but there are other capabilities that are there which can ensure that we are safe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go now to the Honourable Makasini, who has the next opportunity. Honourable Makasini.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting,
Can I close the camera?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Makasini.
Okay, thank you. Minister, good afternoon. We are having a feeling that the conflict of interest is a cause of the delay of this project, where the former head of defense, material responsible for oversight, took a top on executive job at the winning of shipyard, Satcod and Australia right after the contract was signed. Instead of blacklisting these failed contractors and holding a crook official criminally liable for wasting over 14 billion of taxpayers' money, why are you throwing more billions into this bottomless pit while other actual soldiers are left with obsolete equipment or a zero operational state of readiness? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasini. Let's get your reply to that, please, Minister.
No, Chair, thank you very much for the question. And I can confess, I don't know this information that the member is raising about the crook and which crook took which money. So if the member can furnish me with information, to be very interesting to know who is this crook she's talking about, because I really don't have that information. But what I can tell you is that those projects remain, it's not bottomless, they remain crucial. As I indicated, for instance, with Hoof Easter, I had to call the chief of the army to say, in terms of your facilities and equipment, here we have a project which is stuck, which is not making forward a movement. Do we still need to continue the project? He says, definitely. And what will be the advantage is that you'll modernize. That one I can speak to. About the crook, as I said, I don't know who is this crook we're talking about. I don't know his name. I don't have a report. But those projects, it's not bottomless. It's to salvage what is there because it's still needed. Same with a hotel. We're even looking at international partners and even working with the defense industry. We called Lekota recently. The main aim also is to assess the capabilities and the skills that we have in the country to enable us to complete these projects because they remain critical and important. And I must say, despite all the challenges that we have, there's also an appreciation from government to assist us to finish some of these projects which are stalled. And I can say, Chair, can share with yourselves that even through CARA funding, because it's quite correct, some of these facilities or capabilities, we need them even to deal with crime. And that's why even CARA fund is also assisting us financially to make sure that we can finish some of the projects. So it's not bottomless, it's necessary. And the information about the crook can be shared with me. And I can promise that I will be able to, when I have the stories about the crook, come back to the member and say what do we do with this crook that she knows that I don't know of. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, the last supplementary question that will be posed to you today will be put by the Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much once again, House Chairperson. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, Minister. It's Honorable Zulu, Minister. Don't make that mistake. Yeah, don't make that mistake again. Yeah, Minister, Parliament specifically required you to report by 30 July on Sandrock's capacity to complete the vessel, the cost implications, and whether any criminal investigations relating to the procurement are underway. Did you meet that 30 July deadline? And if so, will you tell this House today what the review found, the final additional rand amount required to complete each project, the enforceable completion dates, and which officials, contractors, or accounting authorities have actually been held personally accountable for these failures? Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Back to you for the reply, please, Minister.
Honorable Zulu, umbuzo enzima. He's asking me specific questions on things that I would not have come with preparations on. I don't know which letter. I might have to go and look for the letter, get the reply. So the follow-ups I thought were going to be based on the question that is here. Now that Honorable Zulu wants other information, which I can honestly say to you, Chair, I don't have before me. If Honorable Zulu can, then if he agrees, put his questions for me in writing, and then go and follow up and check all the information he's saying. But now, honestly, I'll be thumb-sucking. I don't have the answers to the questions he's asking because I didn't expect them.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think that's the appropriate way forward. And having said that, we've come to the end of questions, honourable delegates, to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for availing herself to answer these questions. And as I relinquish the chair and invite the Honourable Khadebe to assume the chair. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Defence, for the eloquent way in which you answered the questions. Afternoon, delegates. I now call upon the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation to respond to question 153 asked by Honorable O.T. Midupe, a delegate from the Northwest. The question is dealing with developing broader national plans. Over to Minister of IR. Honorable Lamula.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, for the opportunity to respond to the first question. Again, I will also join in the same request of Minister Motshekga, and I hope the earlier ruling will still apply if I'm called upon to vote in the NA. Thank you. In the context of the whole of government approach, the South African National Security Secretariat received briefings from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation and deliberated on the various issues arising from the conflict. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation continue to work closely with Cabinet, relevant line function departments, state-owned enterprises, and South African companies to address the implications of the conflict and safeguard South Africa's national interest. DERCO, in collaboration with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the DTIC, also assisted South African companies in shipping their cargo through the Strait of Hormuz. The President, the Minister, and the Director General of International Relations and Cooperation, as well as the National Security Advisor, have actively engaged the relevant parties to the conflict to convey South Africa's support for credible and sustainable peace initiatives aimed at achieving a durable solution. DERCO has issued several media statements on the conflict. In a statement issued on the 18th of June 2026, the department emphasized that the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz was critical to stabilizing volatility in global oil markets and alleviating the energy and food security challenges faced by developing countries, thereby helping to reverse the adverse impact on growth and economic recovery trajectories. Concurrently, the department continues to utilize diplomatic channels in collaboration with relevant departments within the economic cluster to mitigate the adverse effects of conflict on energy security, food security, and supply chains. These departments remain actively seized with addressing the economic and developmental consequences arising from the war. We will continue to thicken our voice for an end to the conflict and for a durable and a lasting peace to be found, not just in relation to Iran, but the broader Middle East region. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response to the question. On the issue raised earlier is that you will be covered when coming to voting, because the NA usually rings the bells for 15 minutes before the voting takes place. During that time, the session will be suspended here. You go and vote until the voting is concluded on the other side. So just be calm and collected.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable O.T. Midupe, the delegate from the Northwest.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you for your comprehensive response. Honorable Minister, how has the geopolitical conflict broadly impacted on the South African diplomatic relations? And what are the plans to mitigate any negative impact to strengthen South Africa diplomatic relations? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mudipi. Over to Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the conflict has impacted all aspects of diplomatic relations, economic volatility, including the challenges faced by sub-Saharan Africa with regards to fertilizer. It is for that reason that we convened the SADC retreat protocol to be able to respond to these emerging challenges, because we realize that we will not only be able to respond in isolation just on our own. We need a broader response from the SADC and also from the African continent in particular. As you will have seen, we are beginning to rebuild some of the refineries in relations to the energy security here in South Africa. But even during these difficult times, as I've said earlier on, because of our position of non-alignment, of our position to call for peace, for all the parties to the conflict to return to the negotiation table to resolve this conflict through negotiations and not through the barrel of the gun. Even we were able to negotiate for even some of our ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz, as colleagues will have been aware. And as a result, the impact to our energy security was not that severe. We never experienced shortage of fuel in South Africa because the Department of Minerals and Energy was able to engage on this process in a diplomatic manner, but also some other sources of diversification. So we continue to monitor the situation, and we continue to call for a durable, peaceful resolution to the conflict. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Pinar, the delegate from Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, South Africa proclaims the position of non-alignment. Yet, in June of this year, your Deputy Minister, Thandi Moraka, hosted Iran's foreign minister in South Africa for bilateral talks, while the defense minister held military drills that included Russia and a sanctioned Iranian warship. All this while relations with the US and Western partners continue to deteriorate. Is this really non-alignment? Or is it ANC party politics to rub shoulders with dictatorships and nations in violation of international law? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pinar. Over to you, Minister.
Non-alignment does not mean disengagement. We still engage with all the parties across the globe, which include Iran. It also includes the US. I have recently hosted the ambassador of the US for us to engage on a variety of issues. And we continue, our DTIC continues to negotiate with the US. We continue to engage with the various countries, Russia, China, and all countries that have got an impact in our diplomatic footprints across the globe, both at a bilateral but also for multilateral purposes. So our position on non-alignment is informed by a human rights outlook. It's informed by peaceful resolutions to conflict, but it does not mean disengagement. And engaging with Iran also help us to understand the conflict, but also in my engagement with my counterpart, also from Iran, we have urged them to go back to the negotiation table, to engage, to find a long-lasting solution, that as South Africa will remain concerned that there must be long-term objectives in finding a long-lasting solutions from all parties, including the US and Israel, that these engagements must be in good faith, must take into account the fact that when this conflict started, already negotiations were at an advanced stage. When the US launched its military operation, negotiations were at a very advanced stage to find
a durable and a long-lasting solution to the conflict, particularly in relations to the nuclear capabilities and under the Geneva protocols and convention. So indeed, South Africa remain non-aligned, but South Africa does not remain disengaged.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question will come from the Honorable Muntwedi, a delegate from Northwest.
Madume modula stilwa ke a utlwala.
Yes, wa utlwala ngwaneso.
Ke a leboga. Minister, we note the cooperation you claim to have with the DTICC, whilst many positions of trade attaché remains vacant in many missions abroad. We wonder who's doing that work that you say it has been done. Minister, the US-Israel war on Iran has completely disrupted global trade, and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has forced thousands of international ships onto the Cape Sea route right outside our doorstep. This therefore means that our maritime borders are facing a massive traffic surge that we are completely unprepared for. While global shipping networks reroute around our coast, the SA Navy is sitting ducks with broken vessels and a zero patrol capacity. Given your reply, Minister, what specific interdepartmental risk mitigation mechanism has the ministry activated to protect South Africa's energy security, food imports, maritime trade routes, and currency stability in the event of a prolonged disruption in the Strait of Hormuz? Ke go lebogile thata, my Minister of Tourism.
This is the Minister of International Relations. Honorable Mtwek. And then, Honorable Minister, you can also only answer one question, but you can answer everything if you want so that you can expatiate on the policies of government. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. DTIC is in the process of reappointing the trade attachés in some of the missions, and at this stage, they've confirmed that they will reappoint 12 of them. With regards to what measures have we put for energy security, for the maritime routes and so forth, I have already explained, Honorable House Chair, that we are one of the few countries in the world, Honorable House Chair, that did not suffer any energy security challenges during this period. It was because of the multi-layered strategy of the whole of government approach to the matter. Firstly, putting all efforts on the diplomatic engagements in regards to access to the routes of the Strait of Hormuz by our energy vessels and so forth, but also to emphasize amongst those parties the importance of them returning to the negotiation table to find long-lasting, durable solutions, thereby reaffirming our non-alignment position. And we have also, in that regards, the DMR and all the government of approach also looked at diversification of our energy sources, which also enable us to cushion the South African market and the consumers from any form of such shortage. This was also coupled with the process from DMRE to also start to restart the process to reactivate our oil refineries or energy or petrol refineries in the country that will enable us to store some of these capabilities in terms of energy security that we need, in particular oil and petrol or diesel that we import from some of the countries in the country, including the crude oil. So our country has provided one of the most efficient responses to this crisis with a short-term, medium-term, and also with a long-term plan that will still be able to respond to this crisis. And it is also against that background that we also convene the retreat of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs in the SADC region, so that the response is holistic, is for the whole of the SADC region, because we must also engage with our partners across the region for us to have a comprehensive response so that there should not be any energy security in South Africa, in Botswana, in Zimbabwe, in Angola, in Mozambique. We share this responsibility. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Zulu, a delegate from Mpumalanga. Honorable Zulu.
Yes, good afternoon, House Chairperson, Honorable Hatebe. Good afternoon, Minister Lamula. Let me start off by saying, Minister, petrol was still 19.3% and diesel 28.8% more expensive year on year. What measurable assessment has Cabinet made of the additional food, transport and agricultural production costs that another sustained disruption of humus will impose on South African households? And at what point would government activate its emergency mitigation measures? Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and good afternoon to Honorable Zulu. It's great to see him in this platform from our days in the ANC Youth League. Thank you very much. Government has always put comprehensive plans from the beginning of the conflict. And as I have said, the plan has been multidimensional. Firstly was a diplomatic front on calling for a negotiated settlement amongst the parties, because that is the most durable solution with regards to the access and to the use of the Strait of Hormuz, because its closure impacts global supply, it impacts the global pricing. And we have put a lot of efforts in that, but we have also put lots of efforts to ensure at a bilateral level that South African products and in the African continent are still able to access and use that platform for our products, and not only for energy, but also for fertilizer. As we are going into the plowing season in sub-Saharan Africa, we do need the fertilizer to access and to some of the inputs relevant for fertilizer. And government has also put some mitigation measures for the consumer during at the height of the conflict. As honorable members will remember, the suspension of the fuel levy at some point that was aimed to further cushion the consumer. So government has been at work, including the issue of the oil refineries across the country, and other measures that were put in place by the various departments. And as a result, this country never suffered any fuel shortage during even at the height of the conflict. And DMR has assured this country that even in the long term, the plans that we are working on will help us to continue to stabilize. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. Now, Honorable Minister, we come to question number 140, asked by Honorable M. Billy, which deals with the anti-migrant protests. Over to you, Minister.
Oh, thank you. Since the outbreak of the sporadic incidents of confrontations and protests against some immigrants, amongst them citizens of fellow African states residing in South Africa, by sections in our communities, I had intensive engagement with a number of fellow African foreign ministers and resident African ambassadors regarding these developments, to assure them that these matters are receiving the attention of relevant authorities in South Africa. I engaged with my Nigerian counterpart and reaffirmed South Africa's commitment to protect the rights of national residents and visitors in line with the rule of law, and to strengthen bilateral cooperation. Furthermore, we went on to clarify developments related to these incidences, which allege that some nationals from Nigeria were killed during recent protests by law enforcement authorities. And there was no credible evidence to draw this conclusion at this stage. And the matter is under the attention of law enforcement agencies. As President Ramaphosa's special envoy, I visited both Nigeria and Ghana in August 2026 to engage with relevant authorities on the issue. Further reassure the two countries of South Africa's commitment to the rule of law and to provide evidence of the continued protection of everyone within the borders of South Africa and their assets, and also to inform them of the challenges that South African government faces with regards to irregular migration, disorderly migration, and in some instances, the creation of enclaves in some parts of our country, like in Sunnyside, in Pretoria, and Hillbrow, particularly by Nigerian nationals. And we have raised this as a concern that does provoke South Africans. And we had agreed to work together to resolve these challenges, and that the law must be enforced by the relevant lawful authorities like South African police, the immigration officials, and the labor inspectors, and not private citizens or private individuals. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question will come from Honorable Billy, a delegate from KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, House Chair. Good afternoon to yourself. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, given the growing diplomatic strain and reputational damage to South Africa, and also appreciating your answer in indicating that there are efforts that are in place, will you at least, Minister, outline a clear, time-bound plan to prevent any further violence against foreigners in our country, and in that way restoring confidence among African partner states? Or is the government once again reacting only after there is international pressure? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister of Home Affairs has put forward a white paper, Honorable Schreiber, that deals with the processes in relation to regular migration, the issues of first country of entry, and all those processes. We have engaged with our, and I believe that government is doing this because the law requires us to do so, to ensure that migration is orderly and it's regular. We have engaged Honorable House Chairperson, as I've said, with our counterparts. We have recently also seen the SADC summit. Despite spirited attempts to isolate South Africa, I believe these gatherings and engagements have shown that South Africa is not isolated despite these emerging challenges. The countries are willing to engage with us and are willing to find a long and a durable solution, because migration is not just a South African challenge, it's an African continent challenge that affects everyone. And you will have seen the report of the UN with relations to Libya, where a number of migrants are also dying. And there's many parts of North Africa where there's challenges with regards to migration. And ourselves were one of those highest receiving countries in the continent. And we have to work within the law to ensure that migration is regular and is orderly, or else we will end up being victims of our laws that has to ensure that migration is orderly, is regular, and it is within the bounds of the law. So in a nutshell, House Chair, I think that the honorable member is wrong in characterizing this as a growing diplomatic challenge. I think we have turned the corner. The fact that we have got SADC, we have had a number of BNCs in this country since this challenge with Zimbabwe, and many other countries have sought to engage with us and to work with us to find a durable and a long-lasting solution, shows that the diplomatic corner has been turned, and that South Africa needs to continue to ensure that there is no vigilantism, and we condemn it in the strongest way, that the law is only enforced by those that are empowered by law to enforce the law for immigration in our country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will coming from Honorable P. Nuwe, a delegate from the Free State. Over to you, Mr. Nuwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, House Chair and honorable members in the House. Minister, you are
Honorable Nuwe, you can turn off your video. It looks like you're struggling.
Partially for how am I now?
Audible.
Okay. Just for a point of emphasis, Minister, especially coming to the issue of SADC. With the background that has already been given regarding the latest developments against illegal immigrants, what exactly, if you can just show us, not in general terms, but steps that South Africa has taken in actual fact to assure us that this matter, it has been elevated to SADC and African Union, and it is on the agenda on the table for discussion. And also, if you can also explain to us how effective and adequate of the current security protocol of SADC and the African Union to rectify step by step this continent-wide illegal
Thank you, Honorable
immigration.
Nuwe.
Thank you, Minister.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. Firstly, we as South Africa, we were against a move for South Africa to be placed in the dock by some of the countries in the AU, in particular Ghana, that had requested a debate just on South Africa's xenophobic attacks. And we said that debate is not properly phrased. The debate should be about migration in the whole continent, because the African Union has a resolution of 2015 that said that the African Union need to have a conference or that must deal with the root causes of illegal and irregular migration, the pull and push factors that leads to citizens of countries in the continent to move from their countries. As we speak, about 45% of people in the African continent move out of their countries, not out of choice, but out of necessity to hike a living outside their countries. And South Africa is one of the receiving countries in the continent. Therefore, if we are one of the receiving countries, there are reasons for that. We cannot be blamed for being a receiving country. What we need is a continent-wide solution that must enable each and every African country to have economic stability, political and security stability, to have issues that respond and mitigate to issues of climate change, so that people can find a living, can find work, can grow economies wherever they are.
Thank you. All right, now you can finish.
With regards to the SADC protocols, we have called for countries in the SADC region to sign and ratify the SADC protocol, because now it has only been ratified by only 7 countries. It needs 11 countries to come into effect, because the SADC protocol will then enable easy a movement of people and goods, but also it does not call for a disorderly and irregular migration. It calls for regular, orderly, and legal, well-managed migration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Keza, a delegate from Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Minister. Minister, Nigeria is actively evacuating its citizens because they fear for their lives amid violent anti-migrant protest on our streets. And your administration has chosen to pick a petty financial fight by demanding a 292 million reimbursement check from Abuja for repatriation and deportation costs. How can you claim to be handling relations with our continental peers with maturity when you are turning critical human rights and security issues into a bill collecting exercise? And secondly, what urgent measures have you taken to ensure that xenophobic protests do not erode South Africa's relations with frontline states, weaken trust within the African continent, and reverse their gains of Pan-Africanist democracy? How will your department ensure that the migration policy is aligned with humanitarian principles and ideological commitment of African unity? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gaza. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you. With regards to the bill, the quantity of the bill, I may need to verify, Honorable House Chair. I doubt is that 200, I think it's 200 and something million with regards to Nigeria. I may need to verify, I'm not sure. But there is indeed a process by Home Affairs to reclaim some of the funds that Home Affairs has used to support and aid some of the countries that have repatriated their nationals from our country. Is not a bill collecting exercise. It should be on the basis of reciprocity. As you will have seen that South Africa, we have supported, this is a process of voluntary repatriations by their own countries. And those countries that could no longer be able to do the voluntary repatriations have asked the South African government to do it on their behalf. It's costly even for themselves when they do it voluntarily. They pay, it's a cost that they have to incur. On our side also, we also have a cost that we have to incur. So it is fair that we need to collect that money from the people that will have requested us to assist them with the voluntary repatriation process. The South African government has been in compliance with the human rights laws from Geneva and the conventions on migrations in dealing with this matter. Even when you look at how we dealt with it in Durban, the support measures, the food, the shelter, and how even when we shifted to Messina, at the voluntary repatriation site in Messina, declaring one, again, it was done in a very human way that the South African government also incurred huge costs of running the tents, of providing the food, and there were also a number of NGOs that supported this work, and we also want to thank them. But the reality is that this is a costly exercise. So the costs have to be shared we are a receiving country, but also they must be shared by the countries of return with the South African government, because even when they do it from their side at the voluntary repatriation, those costs they incur, they pay for them. Also from our side, we incur the costs, they need to pay for them. That's the reality of the situation, that this whole exercise can't just be incurred the cost by the South African government alone. We have already, as I've said, if you look at the cost in Messina that we have incurred, it's huge, astronomical amount of money, because we had to put tents on with the speed, and we also had to support with everything that is needed for a human facility, the ablution facilities, the food, the infrastructure that was needed was packaged at a very quick pace. So no one in the world can accuse the South African government of human rights violation. We complied with all the necessary human rights ingredients, but also South Africa is one of the few, if not the only country, where we don't have refugee camps. People are embedded in the structures of our society. Hence, sometimes these conflicts will from time to time reoccur due to the competition for limited resources. It's a class struggle.
Are you done, Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable van der Beck, the delegate from the Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question focuses on the other side of the argument. The Minister, does the government acknowledge that countries labeling public frustration over illegal immigration, job losses, and rising crime as xenophobia or Afrophobia is a deliberate deflection from its own failure to secure borders and enforce immigration laws? And will you commit to prioritizing the rights and security of South African citizens above diplomatic niceties with Nigeria or any other country? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Back. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, it's not a is or substitution on this matter. In terms of the Constitution, everyone within our borders must be protected equally. And if there is anyone who has violated the law, it is for law enforcement agencies to enforce the law, not for private citizens. It is not a diplomatic necessity for us to engage with Nigeria or Ghana or any African country. Because when you look at the Africa Free Trade Area, the African continent is the growing continent in terms of trade in the world. Now we are going to have about 1.4 billion people. This is the biggest market for South African products in the world. 50% of our agricultural products goes to the African continent, and all processed products from the South African factories, even the factories that South Africans are complaining about that the people are taking jobs from them and so forth. When you look at where those products are going to, the biggest market is the African continent. So we do need to strike a balance that immigration on its own it's a necessary product of economics. Across the globe, all countries have developed because immigrants have been able to get in through lawful means. So we have to ensure that this is done legally, lawfully, and in accordance with the laws of the country, the skill sets that is said that is needed to allow for the working visas, for the working permits, and so forth. We should be able to allocate and deal with that because that is definitely good for our economy. What is a challenge for us is the irregularity of it and the disorderly manner of it, but also employers not respecting the immigration laws, employing illegal immigrants, therefore impacting the lives, including the competition amongst Africans, even within the South African border. So these are the issues that are part of the 5-point plan that the president has announced that we must deal with, we must cap. Employers must employ people who are documented, who are regular, who are having proper papers, but also they must only be law enforcement that enforces the law and not private citizens.
No, thank you, Honorable Minister. That was the last question, follow-up question on question number 140. We now come to question number 155, asked by Honorable J.S. Malaniso, a delegate from Gauteng. She's asking about the prevention of illegal immigration. I think this subject is going to hammer you throughout the afternoon. Over to you, Minister.
The issue of irregular migration is addressed extensively within the South African Development Community Public Security Architecture. Most recently, the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of States and Government, held on the 17th August 2026, in its communique, received an update from the Republic of South Africa on migration governance and called for a coordinated, multidimensional dialogue at the regional level to address the underlying drivers of migration and develop a comprehensive, sustainable, and effective responses. The SADC security architecture addresses these matters primarily through protocols on politics, defense, and security cooperation, implemented via the Strategic Indicative Plan for the organ. The protocol sets out the objectives of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, including the promotion of peace, security, and political stability, the prevention and the resolution of conflicts, and the protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law within the region. The Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, one of SADC's blueprints, called for the development and the implementation of a regional framework to promote safe, secure, and dignified migration across the region. The RISDP outlines a comprehensive approach to irregular migration and emphasizes moving away from purely criminalizing undocumented movement by addressing the root socio-economic drivers, harmonizing legal frameworks, and creating structured orderly pathway for regional labor mobility. Furthermore, SADC has adopted the Regional Migration Policy Framework, which includes the protocol on the facilitation of movements of persons, providing an enabling legal mechanism for people to move freely between SADC member states, visa-free. This framework still needs to be ratified by 11 members of SADC. As I said earlier, it has only been ratified by 7 thus far. Hence, it is not yet in force. Other elements of the framework include the Labor Migration Action Plan 2020-2025, the SADC Common Regional Policy Framework on Refugees and Asylum Seekers 2019, the SADC Guidelines on the Coordinated Border Management 2011, the Regional Strategy to Combat Illegal Migration, Smuggling of Migrants and Trafficking in Persons 2016-2020, and the SADC United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee Action Plan, UNHCR 2020-2024. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first follow-up question will come from Honorable Mananiso, the originator of the question. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And let me take this opportunity to thank Honorable Lamola for being all over with regards to this issue of illegal immigration. And I think one is impressed about the terminology that he's using because there's a confusion whether it's xenophobic or what. But my question, Minister, regarding to what you have said in terms of out of 11, the 7 that has actually agreed on dealing with illegal immigration properly, one would want to know what is the plan thereof to ensure that 4 of those that are left behind, they are part of this ratification. Because we need this law sooner than later, noting what could have happened during the 30th of June and what is happening currently. And one can affirm that the security of the country is the backbone of the country. And if we are not intact and, we close those gaps, I mean, we are risking for our people and we will be against our people, therefore. I just want you to tell us what is the plan about those 4 that are pending to be part. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. During our briefing, in particular by the President during the recent SADC summit, we raised the issue of the 4 countries that needs to join to ratify the SADC protocol on the movement of people. And there is a good appreciation from the other SADC members who have not yet signed. If you look at that time, it was 6. The 7th one signed during this process, which was Malawi. So we have encouraged them to sign, and we believe that many others are now looking at the protocol favorable, and they are looking to sign the protocol soon. So we will be able to have a report with the next summit of the progress made, and there has been even bilateral engagements to encourage more countries to sign the protocol, because it will then enable easy movement, easy tracking, easy facilitation, and making the movement within the SADC countries to be orderly and well managed. Because at this stage, we do have bilateral agreements with each individual SADC countries. But if it's an overall protocol for the SADC, it will make the job of Home Affairs much easier. It will also have a shared pool of managing this matter of migration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Bress, a delegate from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, which neighboring country is currently the least cooperative with South Africa in preventing illegal cross-border migration? And what exactly is government negotiating to change that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bress. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you. As I have already said, that the security architecture enables engagements at the security cooperation which is part of the strategic indicative plan for the organ of SADC. So there is cooperation, but I believe it can be improved and be enhanced to ensure that we don't have a situation where someone will come from Bangladesh or from Ethiopia, passes many countries up until they reach South Africa. The principle of first entry or first country of safety has to be applied, and that is what the white paper is aimed to resolve and to respond to. And those are some of the issues that get engaged in these platforms of SADC at that multilateral platform, but also at a bilateral level. The principle of first entry is a key ingredient in the management of migration. And that's why in most of the agreements that we sign of visa-free, that principle is embedded in that agreement. And if there's anyone that comes in the country and it is clear that the person started in that country, that person will be returned to that country. And such very clear example of that agreement we have signed, it was with Kenya. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable Emma Kesini, a delegate from the Free State.
Thank you, Chair. Christian DP, Minister. Minister, we cannot keep blaming our regional neighbor or pointing finger on the SADC protocols when the real road is sitting right inside of our own. Our borders are weak because even the Minister of Defense just highlighted that. Our own borders control infrastructure are heavily compromised by institutional corruption. We are making it incredibly easy for multi-million rand syndicate to simply buy off our official and operate absolutely without any precision. Let's look at the fact that just in the month, SIU exposed a deep-seated corruption within our border system and leading to the immediate freezing of multi-million rand of bank accounts belonging to the senior official who were pocketing bribes to bypass the security. In light of this, what specific and immediate step are you taking to work with the security cluster to stop what is happening and compromise the safety of our country? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makesini. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. This is a very nice platform. I see my former comrades from the Youth League. It's very heartening. Thank you very much, Chair. The first call with regards to a migration challenge, as I've said, and this has also been acknowledged by the African Union itself, including the SADC protocol, is the reality of dealing with the root causes of irregular migration, which are the push and pull factors, which are issues of lack of economic growth, job opportunities, wherever people are. And the IMF estimates that our population is going to grow by 2040 to almost young people seeking employment to almost 800 million. So we need the whole continent to build towards job creation that is at par and at pace with population growth. As we currently stand now in the whole continent, we create only 3 million jobs when there is 12 million job seekers entering the job market every day. So this gap must be closed by the whole of the continent. Because when you only create jobs for 3 million, what happens to the 9 million? That is the 9 million that end up being disparate and moves irregular, either to receiving countries like South Africa, Ivory Coast, Egypt, Morocco, and other countries in the continent, or they end up dying in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to flee to Europe, as we have seen with various reports. So this is the response and the question that the continent we need to respond to. Create economic growth at the pace of population growth. That must also go with the job creations. That must also be in line with the population growth and also with the job seekers that are entering the job market. The issues the honorable member is raising with regards to the weaknesses in our system, indeed, those are issues that must be addressed. And the 5-year plan has been put in place to respond and to address to those issues. But those issues are as a result of the symptoms of the challenges of the root causes of migration, of irregular migration. We will not be having those issues if migration also in the continent was the issue of choice. But as things stand now, it's not an issue of choice, it's an issue of necessity. So at the strategic level, we need to turn migration into an issue of choice. Once it's an issue of choice of people going for tourism, of people coming to South Africa or to any country, receiving country, on the basis of skill for that particular country that country may not have, because all economies will definitely need migrants. There's no economy that can grow without um, uh, uh, foreigners or migrants playing a role in that country's economy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Nue, the delegate from the Free State.
Chair, my phone is just gone off here. Can you go to the next person and call me after, Chair?
Once we pass the question, we cannot go back to it. Just turn off your video.
Please,
are you coming
Chair.
all right? Yes.
Yeah, you can go to the next person, Chair.
But you are here.
And I'll just follow up after, Chairperson. Please.
No, you cannot break the rules.
Really, it just gone off here. I don't know what happened.
Pass, Chair, please.
Makesini,
Pass,
Honorable
Chair.
Makesini, you are not a co-chairperson here. You might have been in the youth league with Honorable Lamula.
Now, for the sake of peace, you can pass, Chair.
Don't listen to him.
Are you coming all right?
Yes, Chair.
All right, you can ask your question.
Here I am, Chair. I'm coming all right, Chair. No, I'm not, Chair. Let me not waste the house, Chair. It's really giving me challenges.
All right, thank you. That's why the pen and paper are the trusted methods of recording of stuff. All right, Honorable Minister, we now come to question number 146, asked by Honorable Gereke, which is dealing with the issue of assessment of economic loss. Over to you, Minister.
The US 30% reciprocal tariffs on South Africa are having had negative impact on South Africa's economy, particularly in the automotive and the agricultural sectors. But these tariffs has now been lowered to 12.5% since the US Supreme Court ruled that the initial 30% tariff was illegal, as we'll explain later. But starting with the impact in agriculture, at the time of the higher Liberation Day tariffs, some South African agricultural exporters took advantage of the 90-day pause on the higher tariffs in the second quarter of 2025 and exported more volume than usual during the second quarter. After this pause, we saw some cooling in the exports in the third and the fourth quarters of 2025. Notable, South Africa's agricultural exports to the US decreased by 11% in the third quarter of 2025, compared to the same period in 2024 at the US 144 million. In the last quarter, South Africa's agricultural exports to the US fell sharply by 39% to US 81 million US dollars. Still, from an annual perspective, South Africa's agricultural exports to the US in 2025 total 504 million US dollars, down by 3% from the previous year. This slight annual decline doesn't suggest that the previous 30% Liberation Day tariffs didn't have a negative impact on our agricultural sector. we benefited from the substantial exports in the second quarter, as I've mentioned above. The automotive sector is experiencing significant disruption, with vehicle manufacturers facing sharp downturns. South African vehicle exports to the US have already declined by more than 80%, with export volumes falling from US 1.55 billion, 25,254 units in 2024 to just 6,530 units. This decline is driven by the 25% sectoral tariffs on the automobiles, together with the general import duties imposed by the US administration. The Mercedes-Benz plant in East London, Kukompo City, is facing severe volume reductions and temporary suspensions of assembly lines due to declining US demand. Total vehicle and component exports to the US have fallen to approximately 8 billion rands, severely affecting local automotive components plants and manufacturers. To offset the sharp decline in North America demand, South African manufacturers have redirected exports to the United Kingdom and the European Union, enabling the country to achieve a record 414,268 global vehicle exports despite the contractions in the US market. In addition, government is engaging the United States through official trade negotiations, with the last round having taken place in September 2025, and the second round initially planned for February 2026. However, the meeting was postponed at the request of the US, coinciding with the US Supreme Court ruling that removed the IEEPA reciprocal tariffs. While the ruling resulted in the general reciprocal tariffs being reduced from 30% to 10%, the 25% vehicle-specific tariffs remains in place, continuing to place pressure on South Africa's automotive industry. The US has since expressed willingness to resume negotiations, with the second round potentially scheduled for June 2026. I was recently informed I was not informed of any direct impact of the United States global health funding cuts on the supply of HIV/AIDS product manufactured in South Africa. South Africa funds its national antiretroviral program primarily through domestic resources and does not rely on donor funding for the procurement of ARVs for the public sector program. Consequently, the supply of ARVs within South Africa has not been directly affected by the reported reductions in the United States global health funding. In addition, South African manufacturers of ARVs medicine generally do not hold World Health Organization's pre-qualifications for these products, and as such, will not ordinarily have participated in procurement programs funded through the United States Agency for International Development contracts for the supply of ARVs to other countries. Consequently, South African produced ARVs were not exported through USAID-funded procurement channels. Furthermore, many countries outside South Africa rely significantly on donor-funded procurement mechanisms for the supply of ARVs. In the absence of World Health Organization pre-qualifications, opportunities for South African manufacturers to access these markets have therefore remained limited. Government continues to support the sustainability and competitiveness of the local pharmaceutical manufacturing sector through ongoing engagements with the industry stakeholders, efforts to strengthen regional market access opportunities, and initiatives aimed at enhancing the regulatory competitiveness of local manufactured products. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will be asked by Honorable Kennedy on behalf of Honorable Harit, a delegate from Limpopo. Over to you, Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the answers. Honorable Minister, but given the withdrawal of this foreign assistance in funding, what is your department's plan to bridge the gap to enable marginalized groups to access funds and continue with this acquirement of ARVs? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. The discretion is up to you, Minister, to answer.
Yeah, thank you. As I have already said that almost the Department of Health is self-sufficient. It has been able, we have been able as a country to fund our own ARV procurement process. Indeed, there has been marginal groups, some NGOs and so forth that were funded by the USAID, and it remains a collective responsibility with us, government, and those groups to look for other sources of funding to support the work that they do in the marginal communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable delegates, please let us not put our ministers on the spot. We cannot ask them questions about other departments. But I'm very happy that the minister responded. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Pala, a delegate from Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister, and good afternoon once again to honorable members. Minister, you indicated earlier on about the spirited, you said spirited attempts against our diplomatic work. That was an understatement. You were just about to say, I understand that's a diplomat. It's an imperialist hegemonic attempt to destabilize our country. So what I would say, Minister, I would ask a question is that what are other issues with regard to this rapid shift in foreign and international trade policy of the United States of America? What are other issues which you are dealing with as the ministry, Minister? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pala. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. We indeed have had 5 asks, as honorable members may be aware, from the US, which we are looking at them at the short term, a long term, and medium term. And some of them at the short term level, colleagues are already aware that there is negotiations with the US in relations to the products, AGOA, the preferential process, IEPA, and others that DTIC is involved in. But with regards to the other issues, we view them as issues that belong to a long-term engagement. As such issues involve our own domestic sovereignty, such as the issues related to expropriation of land without compensation, the Black economic empowerment, and other policies of redress, which we have indicated that these are constitutional imperatives of the Republic of South Africa, which are important for the redress, given the imbalance, given the history of our country. We have to redress these historical injustices. So these are issues that we'll have to continue to engage with in the long term. But there are issues that are of a short term that we believe we can find solutions with them. And I think honorable members might have seen that in some of them, like the issues of funding for HIV/AIDS research, there is already positive indications from the US side with them, including the process related to the extension of AGOA. So we think these are good confidence building measures that are important in the movement towards the restoration of good bilateral relations with the US, including the fact that we now have reciprocal ambassadors from both capitals. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Press, the delegate from Eastern Cape.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, many South African jobs are directly at risk from the 30% US tariff. Name the alternative market that can realistically replace the lost US demand, and by when can it be replaced? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Press. Over to you, Minister.
It's now 12.5 to be accurate, Honorable Member. It's no longer 30% reciprocal tariffs. And these tariffs, as honorable members are aware, affects everyone, across the globe, including some of the US Western allies. It's not just a South African exceptionalism or phenomenon, but the South African government has been at work with the various players in the private sector in terms of diversification, and the European Union has come into the party. As I've said, the African continent, through the Africa Free Trade Area, almost 50% of our agricultural products for 2025 went into the African continent. China is opening zero tariffs market, huge market for our agricultural products, including beef and many other products. India is also moving in the same direction. So there is a number of countries that are opening up and willing to diversify, including the Southeast Asia countries. So there is a plethora of countries that our president has visited, myself has visited, and our various ministers, trade and industry, agriculture, to look into the diversification process. And I think it has mitigated, as you have seen, in the automotive industry, whereas it might not have been enough, but there was mitigation, including in the agricultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last question, follow-up question on this question, on question number 146, will come from Honorable Peter, a delegate from the Eastern Cape. Over to you, Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Minister. The steep 30% tariffs threaten to undermine decades of economic cooperation and expose the vulnerability of the export-dependent agriculture sector, leading to job losses, particularly in the agriculture and automobile manufacturing industries. As South African producers faced increased competition and reduced market share in the US, this threat requires South Africa to focus more on other trade alternatives, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, which offers South Africa both an opportunity to generate foreign earnings while also deepening the industrialization in agriculture, which could optimize the contribution of the sector to the country's development and prosperity. Has your department, Honorable Minister, engaged any relevant departments, the presidency, and other stakeholders to enforce radical action to ensure that African Continental Free Trade Area transforms South Africa's agriculture, export, and create job opportunities? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I think the question, I've just responded to it just now. Firstly, I have clarified that the tariffs has now been lowered from 30% to 12% since the US Supreme Court ruled that the initial 30% tariff was illegal. Again, we have indeed worked in relations to the agricultural exports. The African continent, through the Africa Free Trade Area, now constitute 50% of the agricultural exports from South Africa. And this was the year 2025. Again, the European Union has opened up for our automotive sector. And I did mention that the United Kingdom and the European Union combined, they've enabled our country to achieve a record 268 global vehicle exports, despite the contractions in the US market. So this was the outcome of our work with the president to diversify the markets, including in Southeast Asia and China, which has now offered 0% tariffs to all African products. And South Africa is one of those countries that wants to take advantage of this huge market that has been opened up by China. And India is also in the process of doing the same. The process of diversification is in full swing and can be seen and touched through the reports from our SARS and what I've just alluded to now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response to this question number 146. Honorable members, we are left with question 137 and 156, but we had made an undertaking to the minister that he will be released so that he can go and attend the NA session. We don't want to, I know that it could have been very easy that he could have connected to one gadget, but if anyone could have challenged the proceedings in the NA, could have proved that the minister was in the NCOP, could not have been at the NA at the same time. So what I'd like to do for the next two questions, I'd like to suspend the proceedings now, and then come back after an hour, because the process of voting on the other side is going to be a little bit long, because the deputy speaker is going to ask each and every individual MP on the other side whether he votes in favor or against or abstain. So I request that now the House will be suspended for an hour. We'll come back around 18 hours. Thank you, everyone. The proceedings are suspended.
Thank you, Chairperson. Leadership.
Recording
start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, but why are we not continuing? Why are we not continuing?
Sisemsebenzini mawusetyenzwe.
Thank you, Modulus.
Let's work, man. Why did he become a minister? You like a lot of...
akakwazi ukuyidabula phakathi ungazenza udanda head wena mngani wami.
Hey, the presiding officer has suspended. Honorable Mtweni, the presiding officer has suspended the proceedings. Let's respect the ruling of the presiding officer.
Watch of order,
as disciplined members of the House. Baya Danki, see you at 18 hours.
Discipline fighter.
Now, when you make the amendment, why does it not hold if they're in the same gate?
Can you mute? Can you mute, please?
No, we have to resume the proceedings now. The minister has voted.
And I hope the minister is properly voted, Chair.
Yeah, yes, properly. He's a revolutionary, this one.
He must vote in support of the motion. That's what revolutionaries do.
It's against the motion.
Order.
It's against the motion. Hey, can the table staff, Elendo, call the House to order, please? Because I see the members are still on. Is the minister on the platform? I said 18 hours.
Recording in progress.
Now.
Yes, it's a point of order. It's clear.
Secretary, is the minister in? Advocate Pindal.
No, Honorable Khadebe, the minister is not yet in.
Sorry?
The minister is not yet in. We will advise.
Can someone call him to come in,
yes,
please? Because he has done
yes.
his voting.
Okay, will do. Honorable Khadebe, the minister has joined.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, honorable delegates. As I'm very happy that you have respected the time I put aside, that at 18 hours we must resume with the proceedings. I'm happy that the minister is back on the platform. We monitored him, was able to vote. So, honorable minister, we now come to question 137, asked by Honorable S.A. Zulu, a delegate from Mpumalanga. He's raising the issues around the South African visa waivers. Can you respond to that, please? Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Diplomatic engagement within the BRICS blocs takes place under political security cooperation, pillar 1 of the 3 pillars of BRICS cooperation, serving as the foundation for official engagements in all 3 pillars of BRICS cooperation. Over the years, the Department of Home Affairs, with the support of DELCO, has concluded agreements with Brazil, Russia, India, China, to ensure visa-free access for holders of South African diplomatic and official passport holders. Furthermore, all South African passport holders do not require visas for entry into Brazil and Russia. South Africa has similarly entered into agreements with BRIC countries to facilitate visits by the private sector under Pillar 2 of BRICS cooperation, trade and finance, allowing for greater engagement between business communities of these countries in inter alia trade, agriculture, infrastructure, small and medium enterprises, energy, finance, and banking. In this regard, long-term multiple entry BRICS business visas for captains of industries, entrepreneurs, and business delegations have been agreed and are being issued. As the bloc has expanded within 5 new members, Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates, an assessment is being undertaken on the inclusion of the 5 new BRICS members will join the business visa agreement soon. Work in this respect is ongoing as Pillar 2 is imperative to BRICS cooperation, a bloc driven by scale of economic opportunities. It should be noted that all passport holders from South Africa already do not require visas for travel to Egypt and Indonesia, whilst diplomatic officials' passport holders do not require visas for travel to Ethiopia. Greater access for holders of ordinary South African passport is continuing to receive attention from bilateral perspective rather than from BRICS perspective, a matter falling within the mandate of the Department of Home Affairs. Cooperation within BRICS will continue as part of our universalization strategy and diversification strategy, and this should in no way be seen as an anti-West posture, but will also remain steadfast in strengthening our position within BRICS. Remaining BRICS versus cordial and strategic relations with the West is no zero-sum either or approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Zulu, can you field the first follow-up question?
Yes, good evening, House Chairperson. Good evening, Minister Ronald Jose Lamola. And thank you very much for your comprehensive responses. I think, Honorable Minister, I can safely say you almost covered all my follow-up questions, but I'm tempted to ask this one. Has your department formally requested reciprocity from Beijing? Yes or no? That's my only supplementary question. Thank you very much, House Chairperson and
You look good, Zulu.
Thank you, Makeba. Honorable Manani, so no. Honorable Minister, you can respond.
Thank you. Yeah, our engagements with Beijing, they remain very cordial and reciprocal. So on all issues, we endeavor to find solutions, including the visa challenges that sometimes are faced by our two nationals. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Nue, a delegate from the Free State.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly. Honorable Minister, good evening once more. What are the key strategic security and economic considerations that underpin South Africa's visa policy? And on this basis, what categories of countries do South Africa currently consider to be strategic to enter into visa waiver agreements with? Thank you much.
Thank you, Honorable Nue. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, there are security considerations that remains important in underpinning our visa-free regime. The categories we start with is our neighbors within SADC. To look, as honorable members are aware, most of our SADC countries, we have got a visa-free regime with them at a bilateral level, while awaiting the countries of SADC to enter into the protocol on the free movement of people and goods. This is our first, because you will never have any different neighbor. Then we also work with countries that we are operating within the Africa Free Trade Area and the African Union, but it's not a blanket approach. It is on a case-by-case basis, security, and also other economic dimensions. Also, the BRICS countries falls within that category because of the developmental and cooperative aspects of bilateral agreements with some of the countries in the BRICS grouping, the European Union, because of the huge number of tourism investment that we receive, and also engaging them on a reciprocal basis, and including also G20 countries. So it's a wide variety of issues, a compendium that is being looked into when the issue of visa waiving is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Boshoff, a delegate from Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Or is it good evening already? I'm not quite sure. Minister, beyond meetings and ongoing engagements, what tangible improvement has your diplomacy actually secured for ordinary South African passport holders seeking visa-free access to these countries? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you. Those meetings are not just mere meetings. They produce tangible outcomes, which brings foreign direct investment into our country, help with the diversification in our economy. As I have already pointed out, when we're dealing with the issue of diversification, you can see the visits and the engagements with the United Kingdom, with the European Union. You can see it with the number of vehicles from South Africa, a record 400 and something thousand that went into the European Union, the UK, and other countries. But also with regards to the agricultural products that we have now secured, including some of the products from our country, on a zero tariffs basis into China, the securing of a market into India, Southeast Asia. All this did not happen naturally or by osmosis. It was because of these meetings and the engagements that we were involved in with the head of states and the other ministers, including the Africa Free Trade Area, which is now one of the biggest markets for South African products. As I've said, 50% of our agricultural products now goes into the African market. So those summits, those meetings have produced this, which is tangible. You can see it in the factory floor. You can see it in the farming areas of the Western Cape, of Mpumalanga, of KwaZulu-Natal, of Limpopo, of the Northwest, of the Free State, where people farm for exports. It's just that sometimes they may not be aware that as we go around the globe, having these agreements, it impacts them directly, their families, where the food of their families will come from, where the money to pay for the school fees will come from. It's because of the work of that we are doing for the farmers of this country, for the miners, for the mining companies of this country, for the pharmaceutical companies of this country, for the various sectors of South Africa. The work that the South African government is doing for them to find markets is immeasurable. The president's annual foreign direct investment, the investment conference, that has now achieves almost $1 trillion rands in foreign direct investment, is also another very good flagship project, which you can count in the various towns of our country where the investment is happening, including in the Atlantis, in the Western Cape. Mpumalanga, the fresh produce market in Mpumalanga, in Comas, as she is asking me from Mpumalanga. That is a tangible work of us, of those meetings, and they should not just be called mere meetings because they produce real work, tangible, and can be felt in the households of our country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question comes from Honorable M.K. Mutwedi, the delegate from Bukoliku Period.
Minister, with regard to the last question 146, before we went for the break, the minister is not entirely correct, and I think the minister must stick to what he maybe knows best. As much as alternative markets are being opened after AGOA issue, the beef export to China remains a challenge and under threat as a result of failure by South Africa to put proper traceability systems in place from farm to fork, with China not willing to overlook that, and the mess caused by the former delinquent DA Minister of Agriculture with the DA's man-made FMD crisis. Given your reply, Minister, and noticing that South Africa lags behind comparable emerging economies in securing reciprocal visa waivers, what specific obstacles, political, administrative, or diplomatic, has your department formally recorded as a primary reason for the failure to conclude such agreements with BRICS partners and the European Union? And what measurable corrective actions in terms of timelines, negotiating milestones, and responsible officials have been implemented since January 2025 to address this obstacle, Minister? Thank you very much, Modula Stilo. Before we botsa the question, it's
Oh my
Thank you,
God.
Honorable Page. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to that first point of China, I was indeed correct. There is an agreement in principle with China with regards to the exports of the South African beef into the Chinese market. The FMD issue is a matter arising that when there is FMD, there are conditions that we need to meet as a country. Even ourselves, when we import meat from any country, that
Point of order, House
meat
Chair.
must meet certain obligations
All
and
right, Honorable
conditions.
Minister, there's a point of order. Who's raising the point of order?
The Minister must not misquote what I said. Chair, please.
All right, over to Minister.
He said I am incorrect with regards to the first answer, and I am
Yes.
now clarifying that indeed I was correct. There's an agreement in principle in terms of the export, and the FMD issue is a matter arising that government is dealing with. Indeed, there are challenges, and there were challenges of FND that have now arisen, which makes it difficult for us to export our beef into the Chinese market. But once the issue is resolved, the conditions will be lifted, and we will continue to operate within the agreement that is there, that is in principle. With regards to the second issue of the waiver agreements, as he has already said, it's a reciprocal issue, and there are security dimensions that we have to look into. It's not a free for all and free every country that we want reciprocal visa arrangements with because of those security dimensions. So we continue to deal with it on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We're done with question 137. We now come to question 156, asked by Honorable the Acting Chief Whip Inkosi Advocate Nonkonyana. The question deals with the issues of interactions with SADC countries. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Since joining the Southern African Development Community in 1994, the Republic of South Africa has consistently deployed efforts within the region to strengthen cooperation and address tensions as they arise. South Africa has served as interim chair of SADC since November 2025, and subsequently as a full chair from August 2026. South Africa is taking up this responsibility at a time when geopolitical tensions have heightened competition over critical minerals, resources, trade routes, and policy choices. As part of its interim chairship of SADC, South Africa facilitated regional discussions on the impact of evolving global geopolitical developments, culminating in a retreat of SADC foreign ministers in May 2026. This, it should be noted, is the first time that such a minister's retreat has been convened since 1994. The ministers reaffirmed their commitment to strengthen regional solidarity, enhancing policy coherence and institutional effectiveness, deepening cooperation, and accelerating collective responses to emerging global challenges. They further agreed that the retreat's outcome should serve as a roadmap for building a more resilient, self-sustaining, and competitive SADC region through improved implementation, accountability, and regional coordination. It should be noted that the SADC Secretariat has developed an implementation plan and roadmap that translates the resolutions of the SADC Ministers of Foreign Affairs retreat into a structured 5-year regional program. It responds to geopolitical uncertainty, economic fragmentation, climate change, debt pressures, food and energy insecurity, supply chain disruptions, and the structural dependency of member states on imported energy, fertilizers, and manufactured goods. The plan converts the Skukuza outcome statement into 25 high-level priority actions, organized as controlled work packages with defined outputs, milestones, responsibles, directorates, institutional approval, routes, and performance indicators. At the 46th Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government, held on the 17th August 2026 and chaired by His Excellency President Matamela Sil Ramaphosa, the summit noted the evolving global geopolitical and economic landscape and urged member states to leverage emerging opportunities to deepen regional integration, strengthen trade and investment, mobilize domestic resources, and build collective resilience to advance sustainable development and regional agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The acting chief whip will be the next one with a follow-up question. Nkosi Nkonyana, the advocate.
House Chair, first of all, may I be permitted, because where I am, the network is so poor.
I know we know that voice. You can hit on.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Minister, for your elaborate reply. And it is gratifying that the progressive government led by the ANC is doing what you have reported to us. Now, the concern that we have as the ANC deployed here is that there has been some civilian protest against illegal foreign nationals that has been branded as xenophobic attacks. As the ANC deployees, we appreciate the steps, of course, taken by our government in addressing the matter. How did your department explain our position in both SADC and African continent in this regard? Is there any cooperation of your counterparts in addressing this matter to promote peaceful coexistence for development of both SADC region and our continent, Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkonyana. Over to Minister.
Yeah, thank you. We have recalled the resolutions of the African Union of 2015, which is called the Johannesburg Declaration, which called for a continent-wide dialogue or conference on migration to deal with the root causes of the challenges, the pull and push factors, all the issues related to climate change, economic growth, job creation, that are an impact and that results into migration in the continent. But there's also been recent statistics that are coming through the migration platforms of the AU and all, including the African peer review mechanism, that indicates that in the African continent and other research platforms, about 45% of the people in the continent, they live outside their countries and not out of necessity, but out of various reasons and factors. And these factors need to be factored into any debate on migration, instead of just putting one country like South Africa on the dock, where we are supposed to defend ourselves. We need to have a wide-ranging discussion that responds to the push and pull factors, the economic factors, job creation, so that people find jobs where they are. The economies of such or any country in the continent growing. And South Africa playing its role in terms of as being one of the most industrialized countries in the continent into the AfCFTA and into regional integration. The SADC region has been one of the most helpful in this debate because they saw this as a domestic matter, as a matter of engagement amongst ourselves to deal with these pull and push factors and also to respond comprehensively to the challenges related to migration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Omukai, the delegate from the Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair Khadebe. Good evening to colleagues on the platform, and also good evening to the Honorable Minister, Ronald Lamola. Minister, does your department truly believe that it can deepen material independence and the rule of law within the SADC region without demanding political accountability from our neighbors? Or are you simply too afraid to name the problem for fear of offending our fellow SADC leaders, and instead choose to stand here with a straight face, preaching shared railways, power grids, and industrial corridors? When the courts are compromised in Mozambique, treasury is looted in the DRC, and the police are partisan in neighboring Zimbabwe. I thank you, Honorable House Chair Khadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Mukai. Over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, House Chair. South Africa is not a police of the SADC region. Countries in the region have got their own sovereign laws that they follow, that they must account to with their own platforms and their own constitution. It is when such issues have been elevated to the regional body, like SADC or the African Union, where South Africa then participate like all member states of SADC or of the African Union in dealing with such issues. And as the chair now of the SADC, we deal with all issues. There is no holy cow. Issues of democracy, issues of regional integration, issues of trade within the region, which are very important in driving factors of economic growth in terms of job creation, but also in terms of responding and planning to issues related to climate change and disasters. So South Africa engages all issues at the SADC level. We are not afraid of any issue. And if you look into the outcomes of the summit, all matters are ventilated in that platform. And that's what we seek and continue to do.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question, follow-up question, comes from Honorable Mampuru, a delegate from Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Minister. Minister, you almost responded to my question, and when you were addressing the question by Honorable Nkosino Mbenani. However, Minister, I'll pose my questions. Minister, following the engagement with the SADC member states and other African countries, has your department map a clear and time-bound strategy to strengthen regional cooperation and address persistent political, economic, and security tension? If not, why? And if yes, what are the relevant details, including specific commitment made, countries involved, and measures being implemented to advance South African leadership role in the SADC and the African Union? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mampuru. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And as colleagues will have realized, prior to the African Union meeting midterm in Addis Ababa, which happened last month, South Africa was being in the process of being isolated. But the situation has turned around. South Africa is now part of the African continent's countries that are in the process of finding a long-lasting, durable solutions in relation to the migration challenges facing the continent, not just South Africa. But its impact is affect everyone, as I have said earlier on. The fact that we have now hosted also SADC countries who also want to share with us this responsibility in engaging with regards to the free movement of people and goods, with regards to regional integration, with regards to trade within the SADC region that must be expanded, including on cooperation on issues of critical minerals beneficiation. It's a clear sign of South Africa taking initiatives and leadership in the SADC region, in the African continent, on various issues that has an impact on migration, but also on security and also political situation. And it's also a clear sign, because you will remember, House Chair, the issue of critical minerals was on top of the agenda of South Africa's G20 presidency. It's now an issue that the SADC countries are taking forward in terms of beneficiation within their own borders. If you go to Zimbabwe, you can see it in action. DRC is following, and there is a clear cooperation that is emerging so that we can beneficiate at source, we can work together, including on the SADC energy power pool that must enable us and to power the beneficiation, the industrialization of the SADC, including the critical infrastructure that we need, some of it including the North-South corridor, which includes the one-stop border post of Messina, the one-stop border post of the Limpopo, and the other border posts that are very important to link and enable economic integration within the SADC region?
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. The last follow-up question will come from Honorable S.J. Van den Berg, a delegate from the Northern Cape. Honorable Van den Berg?
Yeah, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. I have to end our night with hopefully a difficult one. So, Minister, following after the Honorable Mokai, you know, there's an Afrikaans saying, meng jou met die semels en die varke eet jou op. In English, I would say it's called, if you associate with the bad guys, you probably will, or when you mix with the bad guys, you probably will be associated with them. So you speak of bolstering regional cooperation and strategic reconfiguration with several SADC member states, but some of them still continue to face serious governance, human rights, and democratic deficits. How does South Africa reconcile calls for this deeper integration with the failure to hold those partners accountable while moving away from democratic Western relations where they do keep themselves accountable? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van den Berg. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africa has already provided leadership domestically. When the ANC lost the 50% majority, it accepted the outcomes of the elections and said, let's all work together. Now that's why we've got 10 parties in the government of national unity in South Africa within the constitution of the country. This is the first sign of a bold leadership by South Africa and by the ANC and all the parties that joined hands to form the government of national unity. This is an example that we carry across the region and the continent. And even the world was in awe because even in some of the most advanced democracies, they don't have such quick solutions when there is an impasse after elections. But this is a sign of a maturing democracy, which is exemplary to everyone across the globe. And as South Africa, we always work within the boundaries of the multilateral institutions, including at the SADC level, as I've already said. Countries have got their own domestic laws that allow and enables them to deal with disputes and challenges on the outcomes of elections. And when these issues end up at the multilateral platforms of SADC and the African Union, South Africa is able to make its own inputs in favor of supporting democracy, the rule of law, and respect of a fair democratic processes in any member states of SADC or of the African Union. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Basically, we've covered all the questions which we posed to you this afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank you and the Minister of Defense for availing yourselves because of the three-run whip which is there on the NA, but you decided to honor your invitation to us here in the NCOP. With that done, you have relieved us a lot of stress because we could have had to reschedule this session. So thanks a million for availing yourself for that. Also, thanks the delegates for showing that the NCOP is a very agile institution, that we decided just on the spot with the Presidium that we are not going to postpone the sitting of today, and then instead we'll have the break when the ministers have to go to the other side. So without further ado, honorable delegates, I would like to thank the minister, all permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates and SARGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. Bye, dankie, kalebucha,
Long live the
ngiyabonga,
chair. Malibongwe.
Bye, Dangi, Chair.
Bye,
Amen,
dankie.
Honorable Motupi.